The first time I watched the...
This tale has already been told, but will they change their fate?
First part about that one is at the end. That sounds so cool, but every time I hear the If you could change your fate.
Would ya?
Would ya?
We had like 3 sessions of saying that almost constantly.
Oh my god.
Oh.
John's got his fucking tism going every time he hears it.
It is, that's off mine, and I'm like, ooh.
Hi, everyone.
Hi,
everybody. My hands are very tender from breaking up concrete all day yesterday.
Oh.
It was a lot of fun.
Was it fun?
Yeah.
We can't
you hear my convincing tone?
You should really use a sledgehammer for that. Punching with your hands is not very smart.
Well,
we all
you know,
you
I
just
was
went and
like
got a
all like
manicure, okay?
anxious and so tender because soft.
Nanny
I have
Patty.
soft hands, okay? Now I have now got soft hands. I haven't worked out in a
Soft little
long time.
man.
I know, fucking working on computer stuff. It's so awesome.
On paint all day. A little bit of pinball.
A
Minesweeper.
little bit of solitaire. Minesweeper, yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's not fair. Hey, you know what?
I'm just not touching that one. I'm leaving that one real fucking alone.
Yeah.
Real fucking
Yeah.
alone.
Just quit giving out the the trade secrets over here, okay?
You literally told us first.
No.
Where's your food, Exaltimore?
At the front door.
Oh,
Literally right now.
We'll wait.
He has to wait for him to drop it off and walk away.
We all do that. Come on.
I will look out the window and try to make
100%.
sure I'm not seen. And I'm sure they see me every time.
Yeah, as they're driving away, or they have to like do a Yui, and then they're passing by and they see you pick it up. And you're like, thanks.
You don't see me.
I'll be right back.
Okie dokie.
No.
So hot outside.
Yeah, it is. Yuck.
Everybody have the
Yeah, I think so.
Yes.
It's so soft, but it's strong. What? Wait. No. Definitely not. Lies. I
Not yet.
am not gonna lie. Is 104 hot today? No, not today. Today was like, what was it, 86 or something like that? What's 33?
That sounds right.
33 is very chilly. It's cold. There's probably ice falling from the sky.
91.4.
Yeah, that's about
Today.
right. Canada's not even cold. It was all a lie.
Well, we also
Well-
live in a desert
Yeah.
part of BC, so
Not where we live.
I didn't know there's desert out there.
yeah.
Yeah.
I went from
Actually
living in a
classified.
rainforest to a desert,
Ooh, you did the opposite of me.
and I bet you love the rainforest, don't you?
I do. I sure do.
Matt, I'm assuming that
Please.
you're in like Arizona or something like that.
Yeah, literally wait until
It was
you get
104.
your first fall there.
Yeah.
First fall where?
People say
Where
that
she lives now.
there isn't too much of a difference between fall and winter. Like, I don't think the colors are quite as vibrant as they are in like Missouri. But spring here is crazy. So we'll see. Let's see what happens.
Oh.
Excited.
The middle of hell. Yeah. The DM knows all about that Arizona weather.
Yeah. Are we ready to get started?
You literally are like Bella from
Once.
Twilight.
Everybody
Once.
fucking says that to me. Everybody says that to me.
It just clicked for me. I was like, oh my gosh.
When I was driving out here, I played that ha ha ha, ha and I took a video of that and sent it to Lee. I also sent it to Amanda, I think, as I was driving through like the trees and the fog. Yes,
can hear
I'm
you.
Twilight. Twilight.
She's on a call right now.
indeed. On that note,
She's on a call right now.
she's on a call right now. Never mind.
Yep.
If that
that
is
note, she is
who
on a
I
call.
think it is, it
She tried to
was.
She tried to get me to come and put a table together for her today. I was like, I already set up your Wi-Fi when all you had to do was open the box and follow the directions. I'm not putting your IKEA table together. Follow the directions. You can do it.
IKEA's the most simple.
Okay,
IKEA's
setting
the
up your
easiest.
internet is simple. They send
Well,
you the
that too,
things.
yeah.
You open it and it says download the app and follow instructions. You download the app and the instructions say unwrap this, plug in this cord here, plug into wall, sit down, pick up this, plug in this, sit phone while connecting. Okay, done. Now you do this, and then it's done. That's all it is. And yet I had to go over there and do it for her.
Well,
But you can't make me go put her table together because I was like, I have lice. And she goes, oh, gross. So
there's your excuse for a while. Just milk that for as long as you can. Otherwise,
Next year, still using it.
So, yeah, exactly.
Christmas time, sorry.
All right, let's get
Guys,
started.
I've really been struggling with this.
I don't know what to tell you. It's the super lice.
So, last session, Exaltimore can hear me, I think he said.
Yep, I can.
Okay. Last session, defeated Morgantha, learned about her past as a Hexblood herself, got the remaining 2 soul shards, or mirror shards, sorry, that you needed. One beneath Lake Zarevich after solving a puzzle of emotional weight. We ended last session with you all standing on the shore, all mirror shards in hand, wondering what to do next. And that is where we start. Esmeralda is here, Arabella is here, Solenia is here, Pickle is here, all your pets.
The toy dragon.
Okay. So, we have all of the shards.
I will say real quick, if there is anything you want to do
Level up.
outside of that, that you have not done or want to go check on or want to see, this session is the time to do it.
I want Vayda to go down to the shipwreck, if heard breathe water, and retrieve the bones so that we can salt and burn them and let the little girl's spirit go trip. Is Strahd not like supernatural?
Strahd is supernatural. What do you mean?
Dean didn't say when I had this done already. Damn.
Yeah.
Corvus would like to go hunt down those hunters that ignored him in the inn on like session 3.
Very start.
Once he pissed off by showing them the vampire blood.
No, I remember that. You really want to go do that? Okay.
Now that we got these shards, what do we do with them?
We've got to find a way to put them back together. I'm not sure how. Honestly, this is a long shot, but can I have your pieces and see if we can just fit them together to see what it looks like?
Wouldn't that be too easy?
Shut up. You don't have a shard, you don't have a say.
I do have a shard.
Fuck.
Go ahead and try with those 4.
Well, I'm gonna take.
Vayda.
Okay, so fine.
Oh right,
Yeah,
I'll
I
give
have
one
2.
from Morgantha.
I have 2,
Mhm.
so that would be 3. Where are 4 and 5?
I
I thought I only had 2.
Vayda has them.
Vayda had 1, and then she handed
I
it
gave
to
to
me.
her. Yep.
Yeah.
And then
So
I just got
those
the
are
other
my
one
2.
from Morgantha. So yeah.
You guys
Yeah.
can decide who has what shards. As a group, you have 5. If Corvus is hanging on to one,
Okay, then
out of-
I have 3. She has 1. Corvus, we'll call it like that. And that's honestly probably what happened.
probably.
Okay, so I'm gonna fit them all together. So there's only the one missing piece.
Okay.
And I'm gonna go to one of the. So I'm making sure that they're in the correct spot. And I'm gonna go to one where I can tell it does match. And I'm going to cast Mending to see if it will put those 2 pieces together.
Okay. You situate 4 of the 5 pieces. You see each one does have a curvature to it. And as you start to fit them together, you think maybe this makes an oval. And you cast Mending on 2 pieces that look like were broken off at the same point. Purple, bluish light glows underneath your hand. And you move your hand away, and it does not work.
Above table, I knew that was a long shot, but it says it will mend a piece. It won't bring magic back to it, but it'll mend it. So I didn't know if we let it go. All right, well, I thought it might work just because they still contain magic and just the physical form, but it doesn't appear to be enough. But at least I know that I'm not sitting on a very easy way of fixing this and just not doing it. And then I'm going to put the shards back in my bag.
I'm not.
Very good try.
We'll have to ask around and see who might know where they go. I assume there's maybe a frame for them somewhere.
I wonder if Ava would know, but I also don't know if she would talk to us at this point, considering the last time we saw her, we brought all of that destruction.
Is there anything, Lysandra, that you can pull from this thing, the legends of this, maybe find information on what it
You could
was
have just
placed
said
in?
memory shard, okay? And then I'm going to dig in my bag and pull out the memory shard, and then I'm going to concentrate on it and concentrate on the mirror.
Okay. That's legend lore, right?
Yes. When the bird doesn't even remember his 87 random items, he remembers yours too.
It says name or describe a person, place, or object.
Okay.
Which of those would you like to do?
Let me... again. All right, I'm going to describe the object itself from what I can visually see. I'm assuming it also has a frame that it all went in. Now that I can see like the size, the coloring,
okay,
essentially all of what it looked like minus a piece, and then so I'm going to describe everything I can see in the mirror as accurately as possible and try to get the lore on that specific mirror, as well as the shards themselves and their magical properties, like as specific as I can possibly be.
As you begin describing what you imagine this mirror put back together looks like, you begin to see that. You see a massive oval-shaped portal with blue twilight swimming on the other side of it, outlined with an obsidian black frame. And it's as if for a moment you step through that portal, and on the other side you see a massive castle. You thought Castle Ravenloft was big, but this is massive, floating in the astral plane. As you do that,
Shit.
you see a beautiful woman with glowing white eyes, long black hair. This is the Raven Queen who you've seen before. And she says this to you, but it's in your mind. She says, "Tell the truth of what you were or what you lost. Only the honest shape can restore the whole." I'll put that in chat. And the vision shifts to an image of all the shards laid out kind of in a circle, and you see Arabelle in the center of it, focusing on something, a memory, not sure. And she writes something in the dirt. Can't hear anything. You see her movement, and after she does so, one of the shards floats up and lights up. And then you're pulled back.
As I'm seeing all of this, I'm describing it to everyone else. What it was the Raven Queen said, the size of the castle, and then describing what I watched Arabelle do.
Yeah. So you all are privy to that information.
What does it mean, what we were? Before coming here, I was free. I was able to go where I wanted, do what I wanted.
You say you were free, but you didn't live as if you were. You found freedom in discoveries that you've made here. Yes, physically we are trapped in this place, but you never lived as if you were free, Corvus.
Well, I guess admitting that I was alone, is that what it's really asking?
Arabelle perks up, Lysandra, and says, "Well, let's give it a shot. Let's lay him out like you saw."
I'm gonna look at her, and I'm just gonna one by one hand her the shards and say, "Why don't you lay them out how feels right?" And let her put them how she wants. Corvus, we're gonna need that last shard.
Take a nice little look at myself in it one more time and then hand it to her.
Arabelle finds a nice flat patch of ground and begins to lay out the shards. Change that acceptance a bit.
And roll for initiative.
Well, not gonna
She
waste a roll.
runs to the shoreline here and picks up some pebbles, or not pebbles, but smallish rocks, and lays them out in a circle around her as well, with the shards there. And she sits. Show this image. As Arabelle sits down in this circle here and begins to focus, it still looks like Arabelle, but as you look at her for a moment, it's like she's a bit older. There's something more wise about her. She sits there with a feather in her hand and looks down, eyes closed, and says, "He used to call me Little Curse, said I brought the rain with me. I believed him. I don't want to carry that lie anymore. You can have it." And you watch as she writes down her father's name in the dirt, and one of the shards lifts up, and she steps out of the circle. And she looks at you all and says, "See, it's just that easy."
I'm gonna walk up to her and take the feather from her, and I'm gonna go back and taking inspiration from what she said. I'm gonna write my own father's name and say, I put the burden of my mother's death, as well as everyone I've ever known, on myself, believing it was my fault, and it was not. That burden is no longer mine to bear. And I will step out of the circle.
Yes, one of the shards lifts up and a slightly purple spectral raven forms out of the mist around and just flutters around you. Who would like to go next?
I'm gonna walk up to Theron and give him the feather.
Oh.
And then I'm gonna put my hand on his shoulder and look him in the eye. Say, Theron, you can do this. You just have to be honest with yourself. And then I'm gonna step away.
Theron's gonna take the feather and give a sad look to Lysandra, but understanding. I've been running away from this for a very long time, but the moment we showed up in this godforsaken land, many more memories of that day has popped up. I guess there's no running from it now. You step in the circle, and you'll write the little boy's name that died many moons ago.
Yeah. One of the shards lifts, another spectral raven appears and flutters around you, and Arabelle starts giggling. You did it, Theron. I'm really proud of you.
I'm gonna walk up to Theron and just not say anything, just give him a quick hug, squeeze, and then step back.
What's next?
Next.
What if you write the wrong name?
I guess we'll find out.
I have two. I don't know.
It's just said to tell the
You
truth.
write
It
them both
doesn't-
down.
I don't think it's wrong as long as you're honest.
Theron, are you still holding the feather? Yeah. Okay. I'll grab the feather from Theron. I'll step into the circle. I came here young and naive. Naive no more. I'll write Zareth's name. And I don't want to hold the burden of regret anymore. I'll finish writing his name, and I'll step out of the circle.
Same thing happens. Another shard floats up. Spectral raven flitters about you.
I'll take the feather, but I will actually kneel down in the circle. I'll pluck out a feather of my own, and I'll use, if I can do this, could I swap a spell right now?
Sure.
Like, just with this? Okay. Because I'm going to give up my Summon Beast ability with this and swap out to something else.
Okay.
But I'm going to use the last Summon Beast on this thing. I'm going to pluck the feather, lay it on the ground, and you'll see a spectral griffin kind of form in front of me. It's going to kind of shift between forms, just kind of an unknown vision of this thing. And I'll say, Ericat, I had this vision of you coming to our aid in this place. I had this hope as I flew through the skies that I would spot your wings and you'd carry us from this land, but through this I have found that your way of life has led me to seclusion, to complete absence of humanity. And these people have shown me so much more. So I'm leaving you behind as I write his name in the dirt, cover it up, cover the feather up, and the image just fades.
I think as you do that, the image fades into a small little spectral raven that flits about you instead as the last shard lifts and floats, and you watch them all quickly converge together to form what Lysandra saw from Legendborn. You see this massive portal with the cosmos swirling beyond it, and Arabelle's eyes widen in excitement, and she goes, "Mom!" and she runs through the portal.
As
I
I
just
see
got
her
chills.
run, as she runs and I see her go, I don't think I just sprint after her.
Well, I guess we're doing this. And they're
Yep.
running after them.
And I break the mirror. I'm right after her.
Get fucked, stay fucked.
Game over.
All right.
The ultimate betrayal. Corvus played the real long game. Tried to play out that it was Theron, but it was Corvus the whole time.
The whole time.
Alyssa gave me a mission on the one shot. She's like, you've got to ruin the party, and
Okay,
Spelunkum.
all right.
Corvus,
We
Corvus
solved
is
that
the-
problem.
Corvus is the only one that has killed an NPC. Like a straight up
That's-
NPC.
Yeah, that's true. Not necessarily
No.
intentionally, but
Yeah. You threw
kinda.
him off and he splattered into guts. What do you mean?
You tried doing it with poison. I mean,
Yeah, but
That
that
wasn't
wasn't
an
really
NPC.
an
That
NPC.
was someone we were gonna fight no matter what. That wasn't just a random
pretty close.
extra.
womp womp.
as you all step through the portal, you find yourselves in a sea of twilight. And as you look, have your volume up. As you see this image before you, as you are introduced officially to the Raven Queen for the first time, she says,
She is born of time and ash, a thread spun through cycles unremembered. I have worn many shapes, but never one so small, nor so beloved. Arabelle, my child of the mist, daughter of sight. You are not mine, you are me, unfinished. You have walked into death without dying, and you have seen what should not be seen. And still you walk. You have done well. You have brought them to me. You who walk this place of memory, you who hold the broken threads of Barovia's fate, know this. The fall of Strahd is not the end. He is only the mask. The wound beneath him is deeper than bone or soul. You carry grief, love, rage, burdens you never asked for. All of them brought you here, and that is good. Because only the broken can close a wound that deep. I will aid you if you would have me, not with command, but with choice. Because what follows Strahd will not ask permission, it will devour what remains, and one of you has already been offered the crown made of teeth. Come, there is still time. For Barovia, for you, for her. Let me show you what the dark powers fear. Let me show you the truth of the prison they built and how it breaks.
all of you are pulled as if you are flying through the twilight, and she leads you to her domain. Make sure you all are here first.
Whoa.
Like Hogwarts. Cool.
Yeah, literally, that's what I was thinking too.
So
You know
I see
adopted
this.
the right kid.
I see this chick for the first time in front of me, right?
Yes, but you've felt her presence. You've flown through the cosmos with Arabelle. You've seen visions of her in the past.
Just because I want to kind of understand what she is. I'm gonna use my hunter sense to see what the fuck she is.
Okay. One second.
Any weaknesses?
We're like, time to kill the Raven Queen.
We've been fighting for Strahd this entire time.
As you all are kind of flying through and you appear at the entrance to this massive, beautiful castle, Corvus, you cast your hunter's sensibility, and as you do so, she turns around and looks at you and says,
No fucking shit, Corvus.
all you need to know is I am here to aid you. And yes, I am a deity. You could have just asked. You all stand on the steps of the Raven Queen's entrance hall.
Lysandra is just going to side-eye Corvus so freaking hard right now for doing that.
Well, I didn't do anything. I was just staring.
As
Friends
you-
don't lie, Corvus. And I look back.
Now, the first image you saw of the Raven Queen was absolutely massive, but here she kind of shifts into a form closer to that of your own, everybody, and she appears more like this to you in this moment. You see this halo of mirrors with reflected faces in them.
Trinity.
She does look very Trinity-like.
Yep.
Yeah, she does.
As you begin to walk through the hall, you pass one pillar, and your vision before you changes into a scene that she is going to show you as you walk through this hall. The first scene you see is of a great throne of bone, shaped not by hands but by grief itself. A figure kneels at its base, and it is Strahd, weeping, not in sorrow but in rage, and behind him there's a dozen mirror images reaching for the throne, each wearing a different face, but all casting the same exact shadow. She says, he was the first, but not the last. Each of them built their domain from the lie that they could contain what they feared. Keep walking down the hall and past another set of pillars, and the scene shifts again. This time you see a soul rise from a corpse glowing with silver fire, only to be caught mid-air, yanked down by unseen claws, and fed into a machine of black iron and wrought. The machine bears the symbol of the dark powers, not names, not faces, only an endless eye staring from behind the veil. The soul does not scream, it simply disappears. She says, this is what they devour. Not life, not flesh, but meaning. Barovia is not a prison of bars, but of memory that cannot pass on. You continue down the hallway past another set of pillars. The vision changes to Strahd standing tall, triumphant in Castle Ravenloft, but inside his chest, where a heart should be, you see a shard of mirror glass. And trapped inside it, screaming silently, is Strahd's brother Sergei. She says, he does not know it, but he is not whole. They made him a vessel, a means to keep the shard hidden, just like they would make Theron. You walk by one more set of pillars. The last set, you see a mirror, not broken but whole, floating above the earth. Arabelle floating before it, her face is slightly aged but radiant. Spectral ravens fly from her shoulders into the skies, and the dark powers scream from behind the glass. Writhing shapes with no forms, afraid. She lays a hand on the mirror, and a bright white light shines out from it. Not fire, but memory freed at last. And she says, this is what they fear. that the cycle resumes, that the dead move on, that the souls remember who they were and who broke them. She turns to you, Theron, as you all now stand in the hallway here. No more visions. She has shown you what you needed to see. And she says to you, Theron, the dark powers stretched far to reach you. They tore through time and soul to place you where they needed you to be. They would crown you in shadow, not to reign, but to cage what they cannot kill. She steps a little closer, her voice softens. But you have not fallen, not yet. I do not ask for loyalty, I do not demand purity. Only this, when the time comes, do not look away. Because when the tyrant falls, that wound opens, and they will pour through. You must decide, Theron. Will you hold the wound open, or let me help you close it forever?
I'm ready to get past this.
Well, then let's not deal in contracts or bribes, but oaths instead. And she holds out a hand to you. Do you take her hand?
Slowly, but yes.
Okay. You take her hand and you watch as the mark on your arm starts to shift into a beautiful purple light up your arm. And she says, sorry. Theron Shadow Dancer, you are now soul-bound to me. At the right moment, you may strike a blow that will undo immortality. But if used, when death comes for you, you must allow your soul to move on. And I'm putting on your character sheet. Theron Shadow Dancer. Features.
You wish we were in combat now, don't you, Vayda?
You see, under features, you should see the soul-bound oath.
Yep.
Is he gonna die?
If he does, I can't revive him now.
Yeah.
He may die, he may not die, we don't know. The Raven Queen looks at you all and turns to you, Vayda, and says, you are very, very powerful. But I think you're getting hurt just a little too much for my taste. And a massive, beautiful cloak made of raven's feathers falls on your shoulders as she gives you 1 moment.
AC of 28.
Corvus is onto it. You get the Cloak of Forgotten Wings, which I have added to your character sheet, and your AC is now 18 with that on.
What?
I was about to predict 18.
I think
And
the
then you went
lowest
10
of you
higher.
all is 18, and I at least had to get her level with you guys.
Thank you.
She
I'm just gonna kind of like bow my head to her a little bit and like show of respect.
She turns to you, Lysandra, and says, you have kept her so safe, and for that, I don't know what I can do to make up for that. But maybe this will help you. And she hands you... Oh, I can show you guys these pictures. This one's cool. Oops.
Yeah, pretty much.
This is Vayda's cloak.
Oh,
Except-
Ooh.
Except I don't get like
Looks
the
like,
crazy cloak that he got.
The vestige.
From Vox
Yeah,
Machina,
it does.
or
Vox Machina.
Oh, yeah.
Max.
Oh, with the
That's
broken
that's the
shard,
first
that's
thing
so
I like,
cool.
thought of too.
She hands you a ring. She says, maybe this will help you keep up with the rest. And while wearing this ring, you get a fly speed and hover speed of 30 feet. You don't have to
She can
change
fly.
it to a bat. She can fly with it.
Just gonna look at her and say thank you, and then just kind of my eyes are gonna wander back to staring at Arabelle as I slip the ring on. Does it need attunement? Because if it does, I'm fucked. Okay, good.
This is a gift from a god. If I made you attune, man, I feel like I just Where's your character sheet? Okay.
Not gonna lie, that ring is awesome. Does it exist? Can I buy one? I'm just gonna slip it on my finger.
Okay. She turns to you, Corvus, and says, I don't know if you ever intended to be this group's protector, but that is what you have become.
Aww.
And these massive wings kind of hug you, almost like they're your own, but they're not. They are hers. And she grants you this, the Feathered Veil, which is now on your character sheet. You may protect up to 4 allies from Strahd's legendary actions for 2 rounds.
Whoa.
Must be used consecutively, so when you activate it, for the next 2 rounds, essentially.
Is there distance on it, or is it just a safeguard?
It is a safeguard for you. There's no distance. I'm not going to force you to use a reaction. It's just, this is my boon from the Raven Queen, and I'm going to use it now.
Okay. I will bow to her, and I will rid these lands of Strahd in your honor. As my faith slightly shifts.
Mm-hmm.
Look, Corvus, you got your bird god.
Maybe this was the great bird all along.
I know this is inaccurate. I'm just gonna point it out
Poetic.
because I don't know how to fix it. It added 30 fly to my 40 fly from my
Yeah,
cloak.
I think, yeah.
So it says 70, but the walk is 30, so that's accurate. I won't go 70.
You
I know I'm not
basically
Corvus,
never
but-
have to touch the ground if you don't want to, because you can hover wherever you want at this point with that ring.
So I'm
on.
like Essek.
Yeah, you're like Essek. If you want, you can walk. It's up to you.
You know. So okay, then we're gonna change this slightly. As I put on the ring, not even on purpose, I'm just gonna like slightly hover and not even realize it, and just be hovering, and nobody notices as I put the ring on.
Arabelle looks at
Go
you. And she looks at
insight
your
check.
feet. Auntie Liz, how are you doing that?
I think it's from my present. And then I'm just gonna hold up my hand and let her look at the ring.
Wow. I know she said I was her, but she really does feel like my mom. She's cool.
Yeah. I don't really know how to put that together either, but
You kind
know
of feel
that
like my mom too, Auntie Liz.
nothing would make me happier than to be your mom, Arabelle. And I'm just gonna give her a hug.
She squeezes you real tight.
And I level up 3 levels. I'm just kidding.
Get out of here.
Seeing
The
as
mark of the
seeing as she's-
betrayal was removed, correct? Is it still there?
It is still slightly there. It's now intermixed with the Raven Queen. She was not able to remove the Dark Power's influence, but cover some of it with her own.
Just wanted that clarity.
Yeah.
Now, Lysandra, seeing that she's clearly older than we thought she was, what do you say we give her that pistol you've been holding on to?
As I'm hugging Arabelle, my hand's gonna go behind my back and I'm just gonna slap him and then go back to hugging Arabelle. Just go like
And my hand is going to reach for the pistol in her inventory.
Okay. Make a sleight of hand check. I don't see why not. 15. What is
my
your passive?
first.
Yep.
It's 14.
Corvus gets the pistol.
I'll do the little spin on the fingers, and then hand it handle side to her. Here you go, gunslinger. You might need this here soon.
Okay. Now
I'm
Dorian
gonna look at Corvus.
said point and shoot, right?
Yeah, at the bird.
Oh, I can't do that, Auntie Liz. Come on.
Doesn't mean he doesn't deserve it, though.
The Raven Queen looks at all this happening and says, and she conjures a little dummy image of Strahd down the hallway. How about you point it at that? She goes
There
and
you
points it. Where's my Arabelle dice?
Come
Depending on what
nat 20.
she rolls here, I will unlock her divine shot. Depending on her roll.
Ooh.
I was gonna add my reaction and test the whistle.
That is a 15. The whistle.
15?
Oh, you're a little.
So I'm just going to quickly do my whistle, shoot up into the sky, and hope that she's still practiced and can teleport to my shoulders.
Yeah, absolutely. She gets there faster than she ever has before, and you guys are in sync.
Damn.
As that happens, she aims towards Strahd and gets him right in between the eyes, and the image dissipates. And we've unlocked her divine shot.
Pew pew.
All it took was a little practice, and I'll just slowly glide back down, let her on down.
Thanks for finally letting me do that. I feel like Dorian would have wanted me to do that a lot sooner, Auntie Liz. Just pointing that
Well,
out.
you never asked to do it, now did you?
Well, I didn't want to get in trouble.
Have you ever gotten in trouble for asking me something?
No.
However, and then I look at Corvus. If you ever steal something from me again, especially something of meaning, I swear to you, you will regret it, and you will be the one on the ground with no one left to heal you. Are we clear?
Lysandra starts flying into the air, makes herself big as she's standing.
My eyes start to glow, and my hands start to they start just radiating purple.
Her flight speed is 30.
Yeah.
I'm not flying anywhere. I am just hovering.
I'm getting ornery. I'll just take off quickly a little faster than her. If you can catch me.
Okay,
Into
I'm going to shoot a guiding bolt at him.
Okay. Give me an attack roll.
I dropped that on the floor. That's a natural fucking 20.
I don't believe half these
I'm here.
rolls at this point.
Go over there.
Over here, look, right now.
You're there to
I just about
confirm.
took backwards.
And honestly, that is also Fern's dice from campaign 3.
It's so much.
Bitch.
Corvus, you take off, saying, "Catch me if you can," and immediately Lysandra blasts a what level guiding bolt?
It was just, I think it's first level. I didn't go like huge. I'm pissed, but I'm not.
Go ahead
fried
and roll
chicken
your
pissed.
your guiding bolt damage. Crit.
Because guiding bolt makes it so that the next hit
Has advantage?
has advantage. So like then all of a sudden like someone else just walks up to him and slaps him and does like crazy damage or something.
Right. 16 plus 26, 28, 33.
33 damage?
33 radiant damage.
Oh my god.
All right. I'm at
I
60.
just did a level 1.
As you take
Yeah, that's
off and
just
say
a
that, you feel in your back this massive radiant energy. So Lysandra casts guiding bolt at you.
I said catch me, not do a cheap shot.
You started it and you don't command me, and then I'm just going to slowly drift back to the ground.
Well, and I'll swoop on over and make sure Arabelle puts the pistol away. How's this cape feeling? Have you, has it been causing you any problems?
You're talking to Arabelle? The cloak she has on?
Yes.
No.
Let's see. What exactly did it do again?
It did.
I just want to make sure everything that we have is primed.
Primed.
Having stood back and watched all that, standing next to Vayda, and they say I'm the problem.
Did I hear him say that?
I'll just let
It
him
depends
giggle.
on how close you were. Yeah, sure.
I'm just gonna glance over my shoulder. You generally are the problem, and I've always stood by you anyway. And then I'm just gonna kind of wink, look down at Arabelle and wink.
Okay. Now this might be a little uncanny, but I'm just gonna stand over here for a second. Try to scream at me really loud.
You want me to scream at you?
Like I've done something wrong, like I've harmed somebody that you love. And I'm trying to get her to use.
That, Corvus?
I wouldn't, but I know where we're going. The person will no doubtedly try to kill all of us.
Okay.
And yeah, trying to get her to use that unbroken voice spell.
Well, there was that one time when, and now I know it was her, when all that big energy came out from me and I saved everybody. I was really mad then. So it's kind of
Yes.
like that, right?
Exactly, yes.
Okay. She stands there and tries to like muster up strength to just scream and looks at you and says, Corvus!
And I'm guessing my ears just fucking quake,
Yeah.
all the sound.
They do,
I glass
however,
my ears.
you're immune to being charmed, so.
But
Do we
not
feel the alert of
silenced.
somebody trying to and it just not working?
You would be able to, yes, I think, feel it and then feel it bounce off of your psyche, essentially. And that is what happens. But you hear it in your ears and it's a massive shriek. And if you were not immune, you gather that the cloak works.
He's not immune to being silenced.
True. Go
You
ahead and
sure
give me a
about
wisdom save.
I was gonna say I was just gonna automatically fail and just throw up the
Oh, okay.
Oh, good.
Sure. You allow
But
it. You allow it to happen.
I might as well try
Okay.
wisdom save.
Why not?
Just for fun.
Just
Who
for
knows how
fun.
many more
Might
you
as
have
well.
left?
You just
15.
need it.
Was good.
Was that what you wanted, Corvus? That hurt my throat.
Yeah, that really did burst my eardrums. I think Strahd isn't gonna know what's coming.
Okay, Corvus, if you say so.
Mm-hmm. It's everything I had.
The Raven Queen looks at you all. If there is anything you want to ask me, now is the time. I'll let you think on that because I already have to go to the bathroom.
I was gonna say, could you re-import my character sheet?
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna, especially after blasting Corvus, I'm gonna go get a piece of chicken.
Cool.
Wow.
That's money.
Wow.
I hope that chicken has all skin, no meat.
Sounds delicious, but I don't know what
Dang
you're
it.
talking about. All crispy chicken skin from fried chicken? Okay.
Okay.
Me too. Alright guys, that was my one nat 20. I'm gonna roll all nat ones during the Strahd fight.
Don't
You're welcome.
even.
Well,
Yeah.
Okay.
we're not gonna
Now I'm going to the
supposedly
bathroom.
get to
Go back.
the Strahd fight tonight.
We're supposedly not gonna have combat tonight. You know how well we do with that?
So let's get all of our bad rolls out tonight.
No, I kinda
Minus
want
your
good
nat
rolls
20.
tonight. If we're
Yeah,
learning
I
something,
guess
figuring out something,
that's
gaining
true.
something, finding something.
I mean, we have a lot of traveling
let's
to
get good
do.
rolls tonight and next time.
We have a lot of traveling we have to do in this session. So either we're gonna have to actually hoof it on the skull,
Oh, yeah.
or she's able to teleport us places, or we gotta figure out that teleportation circle.
I
Yep.
think we gotta figure out the
That's
teleportation
yes,
circle.
that's the big thing that I've been thinking about today leading up to this. I was like, I forgot about that as well. And I was like, wait, but we knew from the pictures we could kind of guess where they led. So we just need to figure out how to work that, because then we could teleport all around.
I mean, we did terrible jobs on the checks the first time. Maybe we can go back and do more checks.
I'm hoping so, because if so, I do get advantage on investigation checks now.
There you go.
Because of my glasses I got last time, so...
My glasses. I can't see
If we s-
anything
if we
without my
sleep, I can-
glasses.
If I sleep, I can switch one of my things out and grab.
So you're basically Velma
Right.
now.
Yeah, I am. All I need is my top hat back and I'll look so cool.
He said he's gonna bring it back.
I know, I'm
Yeah,
kind of hoping.
in
Maybe he'll
7
pop up
hours or
sometime
7
tonight.
days.
Yeah, but maybe we'll get lucky. I don't remember. What did the top hat do?
You
It
can
just
do
give you
a greater image, like as a distraction thing, right?
Okay.
yeah. Greater illusion or whatever.
Yeah.
Major illusion.
Yep.
You have advantage.
Y'all really wanted to make big pictures.
Yeah. Once a day or whatever it was.
Mhm.
I mean, we could try and do the stealthy, the Mission Impossible thing, where it's like a perfect image of behind us as we move through the hallways, so they can't see us.
Dumb ways
Well,
to
Lysandra's
Ooh.
very stealthy. Very stealthy.
So, are there any questions you would like to ask the Raven Queen at this moment in time? Otherwise, we will go back to Barovia.
No, but I had a question for the DM that I sent.
Oh, sorry. I forgot. Yes, but I don't have it all finalized. You'll know before next session.
Okay.
If Strahd is
Okey-doke.
just a pawn, or we'll call him a rook on this chessboard, what happens when we take him out?
Without the vessel, the dark powers will find their way into another vessel they have chosen.
And this
Or
land
try
is just doomed to repeat itself?
Yes. With the dark powers still free to rule and roam and do whatever they want, Barovia
How do
remains
we-
trapped.
How do we rid this world of these dark powers?
Well, I've been trying for a millennia at this point. They've locked me out for quite some time, but potentially with the oath Theron has taken here with me may be what is needed. I hope.
Does Strahd
But otherwise, they
have
have
a
a
link?
form.
Does Strahd have a link to the dark powers? Is it a two-way street?
Strahd
say?
himself is the link. And you recall the image of his chest with his brother's face in that shard in his chest. I think maybe that might be the mark on him.
But he has a connection. As in, like, he knows where they are, or does he have any
Oh.
power?
Power, certainly. To what extent the dark powers have granted him, I'm not sure, but beyond his undead nature and his nature of wizardry, there is additional power provided to him by the dark powers. Obviously, one of those is immortality, and others that I may not have seen.
And it's probably safe to assume that that shard in his chest is probably a weakness of sort.
Oh, yes. The dark powers deal in grief and loss and corrupting those memories, and also keeping people from being free of them. I'm sure whatever has occurred internally with Strahd over the fact he murdered his own brother has been growing and growing inside of him.
There seems to be ways to travel quickly around these lands. I was in, was it Valaki?
Mm-hmm.
And in one of the houses, I found this peculiar thing. It was a book on cats. And I just wondered if that held the secret to traveling these lands fast, or... You're welcome.
You did this.
I know I did. I know I did.
You gave me the book of cats.
It is rules as written that Victor likes cats. Like a lot more than normal people.
Yeah, but you also gave Corvus a book on cats. Two
Yeah.
different
I'm
scenarios.
still waiting on that in my items sheet, by the way, with
all right.
detailed
Yeah.
information. Oh wait, no, it wasn't the cats that was important. It was, I think, a teleportation circle.
Well, she looks at you very perplexed for a moment and ponders cat teleportation for a second before she understands your meaning and says, well, teleportation is a common way of travel across multiple planes of existence. Use it. I can't say that I know of a plane that uses cats to do so, or a spell, but I suppose it's possible.
Yeah. Ignore the cats part. I kind of got a little distracted there.
Well, I would say if you know the spell or have the chalk that drew the circle, you might be able to activate it.
Good to know.
I look at her and I look at Arabelle. You said that you're one and the same. So what does that mean about her future? I'm looking at the two of you in front of me, and I'm having trouble wrapping my head around what that means.
Well, many deities have conduits to do their bidding. Not quite different from warlocks and their patrons. She will continue to live her life as a guardian of this realm. She will live a normal human life with a little bit of intervention from me every now and then.
But her life and her soul are her own.
Absolutely.
Okay. Also, we were talking about, weaknesses and strengths. Is there anything that we have in our own arsenal that we've been overlooking that would give us even a slight edge, or something that we could use against Strahd and potentially more undead like him?
No, well, I understand you lost the sun sword when Gerpa left.
Cough, cough. Right now I'm looking for holy water if it works.
Or silver arrows.
She does tell you that silvered weapons can help against vampires as well. in addition to werewolves and such. Let me roll the dice.
Do you know of any silversmiths in the area?
Potentially in Kresk. Again, I've been locked away from being able to even view or peer into Barovia itself for quite some time until you all put my mirror back together. I don't know the fate of Kresk at this moment, but they may be the people, as the werewolves were close by. I suppose they could have a small arsenal of silvered weapons available. She looks at you, Lysandra, and says, some water may be blessed, and it could work. I'm not 100% certain. I haven't tried it. Haven't been able to. Or had a cleric willing enough. However, there is a pool in Kresk of water. Did you see that when you were there?
You're muted?
Above table, I think I prayed next to that after I saved the boy, but
You did.
It's been a really long time. Okay. Yes, we went to Kresk for some closure for some personal things in my own life, and afterwards I was able to pray to my goddess at that body of water.
You might do well to take another look at that body of water.
And our friends that haven't fared as well in this land, we ended up going and having a face-to-face with the hag that has been tormenting Vayda for so long.
It's right here.
What?
As I pull out the face of the hag.
Oh my god, I forgot you had that.
Forgot you had that
And then
too.
I'm just going to roll my eyes and keep talking over him. As we went to confront her, we saw this man with this large bag on his back that held a bunch of mirrors of faces in agony, and two of our friends were in those mirrors screaming. Is there any way to set them free, or can you tell us more about what that means?
You saw
I mean,
my
I understand that
soul
they've
Theron.
passed, but
If the images you saw in the mirrors were that of torment and agony, then yes, they have passed, but they are stuck in the loop of Barovia.
so if we were able to not only defeat Strahd, but sever whatever connection the Dark Power has with this place, they would be able to move on peacefully.
Yes. My
Thank you.
goal this entire time has been to release all of the souls that have been trapped, stuck, and forever doomed to live in that forsaken place. It's unnatural. They deserve their freedom.
Thank you.
Anything else from anybody?
You mentioned when Grandpa left, we did lose the Sun Sword. I'm hoping he's still safe. He was not in any of those mirrors, although his friend and
Let me see. Just gonna
protector
roll
was.
another d20. It's a natural one.
I was gonna say, is that a 1? Look at your face.
Can I roll? Can I roll for her right now?
No.
God damn it. You know
She
what? For
closes
funsies,
her
let's
eyes
see what
for a
Jester rolls.
moment, And
A 16.
you have done well to put my mirror back together, but they still block much of my sight. I cannot see if your friend is well.
Is there anything else in this land? I mean, I know it's a long shot. That would be able to help us anywhere like that sword was able to.
You found all the things that
Well, at least
other
we can-
adventurers past would try to secure and try to fight.
Understood. At least it's out there, hopefully still keeping him safe
That is the hope.
while he's alone.
Anyone else?
Did we?
There are certainly other NPCs you can go see and talk to. You never know, but go ahead.
Did we ever learn? Because we learned that something had to be undone. Strahd's choice. Above table, did we ever learn exactly what that was? I'm trying to remember.
What you all
It was
go ahead.
It was him, the lady dying, right? Sorry, names are terrible to remember in this place.
Yeah, so Tatiana, Irina is Tatiana from the past. Tatiana was a woman that Strahd was vying for, and she liked his brother instead. They were a couple, and Strahd killed his brother Sergei, and then Tatiana killed herself.
Okay. So we did kind of understand the...
Yep. You've gotten all this information over time, piecemeal through visions or out of different books you've picked up or different NPCs, but you all have, especially the lore you learned in the Amber Temple of Strahd, going to the Amber Temple, learning of the Dark Vestiges, getting into a contract with them, essentially to grant him more power, and shortly after he killed his brother.
How can we undo the damage from betraying one's own brother? That scar is... That wound is still gaping. And I don't see an easy way to mend that with magic or other means.
I expect you will all have that answer when the time comes. And she glances at Theron. It's a great
Have you been
task.
holding the truth this entire time, Theron? Do you know what we've had to have?
Learning it as we go. I do have that tome that I jotted down what was in the tome at the time.
Have you been reading anything else? Picking up anything else on those?
No. A lot of it was just a lot of it was things that we've already seen and dealt with. And some of it was history, but didn't seem very relevant. I was trying to decipher some of the areas when I had handed it over to Rictavio, but well, I don't know how that went. You're more than welcome to look over it if you see anything.
I'm mean, I'll glance at it,
that I
but
missed.
glance at it. I don't think I can even read half this scribble, but is there anything that's unidentified in there or unread?
Yes, there's
Well,
not
this
unread,
is
but
a copy of
what he was able to decode while he had the tome on
Oh,
him.
it's only the
tome
decoded
is
stuff?
gone.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. I wasn't
Tome is gone.
sure if he was able to copy the stuff even he didn't understand. But
That would have taken him quite a bit more time to do.
I jotted all the stuff down, like, as he was, as I was handing them the stuff, right? So,
I mean, I'll look over it and try to memorize that stuff. So maybe I can pick up some of the information on it. I guess we've got to retrace our steps. It looks like Kresk might be the next stop for all of us.
That's what I was thinking.
actually, just looking at this now that you've talking about it, there was one decoded entry under the Castle Ravenloft section, so it refers to the heart that we've seen in that 3D model that we came across in the Amber Temple. Maybe it's worthwhile to read that one, but
I'll take more interest in that. Read over that. With my memory of the castle, is anything extra ringing bells? Because like we saw an image of this thing actually having like a literal heart. They're feeding souls into it.
Yeah, as you are reading that passage about the heart there, you recall the little model you saw, and there was even a little model beating heart chained up in this spire. And you know, based on scale, that heart is going to be massive in size. Hold on.
He now resides far below Ravenloft.
I don't think that you would get any other information outside of what is written there about the heart, and that it is a living, beating heart. How that came to be, you guys don't have that information, or what its weakness might be, although it does say here that its construction is fragile in nature, but what that really means for some, I mean, it's massive, right? For what that means for something like that, don't really know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it says, my will sustains it, but its construction is mere glass, fragile, ironically mortal. Mm-hmm. Would he see something of that, like memory, remembering how the heart was in there, chained in there? Does that kind of like, oh yeah?
No, I would say like the model that you guys saw, you know, like those very white, like architecture models of a building or whatever. It was kind of like that. So the heart itself wasn't, it was moving in there, but there wasn't much else in the way of design, because it was such a massive castle that it had to be modeled out.
What is this, a castle for ants?
Exactly.
Okay.
It is safe to assume that that heart is a weakness of some kind, but you don't have any further information on that.
Okay.
Well, whatever we do, we have to drive a stake through that heart.
Well, it does say in the notes here, he says, It is the sun and its light I fear the most, but little else can harm me now. Even a stake through my heart does not kill me, though it holds me from movement.
Written by the man himself.
And
I don't
he says,
remember
talks
who
about the
told
sword.
you. Mhm.
Yeah, he hated that sword. He
Yeah,
said he
the sword
fears it
hated
as
him.
much as he hates the sun.
Yeah.
Yep. That's why I was like, can we keep this away?
Please leave it with
None of
us.
us can wield it, but can we keep it?
Do you sense that sword somewhere in Kresk?
You're asking the Raven Queen?
Yes.
It's endgame, baby. You're talking to a god. I'll give you shit, but the dice will decide. Not in Crest.
Can I ask where?
It is somehow sheltered behind something made of silver. Oh, wait. I sense your friend.
He's still alive?
Trying to find the sword found your friend. I think. He's caged in some way. He was cursed. Somewhere deep beneath the castle, I think.
My eyes are going to flare a little
Sounds
bit,
to
and then I'm
me
going to
that-
look over at Arabelle. See how she's reacting.
She is still kind of more in awe and is just watching as the Raven Queen speaks in her candor, and she hasn't picked up on the fact that she might be speaking of Gerpa right now.
Sounds like he might not have broke his curse in time.
We saw those that were able to live just fine with their curse.
It's true.
Him having that is not my concern. But where he currently resides, it's what I've been dreading knowing since we saw all of those mirrors. Would have almost been a relief to see his face in there. At least I would have known. We have no idea what he's suffering through now.
I can tell you he's alive, but he is very, very weak.
No.
We have a lot to do. A very short amount of time. Anyone else have any questions? We should probably head out then.
As you
Sounds
say
like
that,
Kresk is our first
um,
stop.
That it is.
and some spectral ravens appear in an oval shape, and a portal returns in front of you all. Looks like the one you stepped through.
Before I walk through, I'm going to turn and look at her. Is there something that we should do with your mirror now that it's back to having all of its pieces to keep it safe?
Oh, here. And she, like out of thin air, hands you a very tiny mirror shard and hands it to you and says, there's only 3 uses of that, but you may activate the portal now that you have put it back together, and it will appear for you to return here to my castle. There's only 3 uses of it.
Hey, thank you. Above table, does that mean like the mirror, now it's all magical and whatever else, it'll like disappear, like these shards aren't going to be just things we walk around with
Correct.
or whatever like that? Okay. Just trying to make sure we're not going to go out and all the shards just fall on the ground and then get stolen by Strahd or whatever else.
Alright. You all walk back through the portal And you are standing back at Lake Zarovich where you were. Where to?
Kresk?
We need to go to Crest.
Feels like Krusk is the
Krusk.
place to go.
It's a good prep spot, at least. By the way, Corvus, I've been carrying around these for quite some time. Back when you were bit, and we didn't know exactly what was gonna happen. But I managed to get 10 silver arrows off of Rictavio. So
You weren't going to use
Forgot
those
about that.
on me, were you? I didn't.
I didn't either. They each got weapons to kill each other. I was very aware.
I was prepared to do what I had to if you turned into something that
Do
was
you have a-
uncontrollable.
Do you have a bow? Do you know how to shoot a bow?
He was probably just
I
going
picked
to
one
stab
up
you with it.
as well.
I mean, that's what I would have done.
one evening I went and grabbed one just in case. I'm not particularly proficient with the bow and I prefer not to use it as much, but I did have one.
Why don't you let me stick to the shooting and you can stick to the poking? It seems to be your forte.
Sounds good to me. I'll hand over the 10 silver arrows.
Alright. We have 10 silver arrows for this.
Like one
Use them
per
wisely.
session from when you got it. Oh. Thank you, Theron. I will. I've been
interested
using
to see
this. I've been keeping this for my own plan, but it's pretty important. You might get better use of this than me. I'll scrounge in my bag, and I will pull out the straw, and I will trade him the straw, just because again he gave me something, I have to give him something.
Okay.
You'll find great use of this. I had 3 amazing plans. Amazing plans, but
Amazing plans.
Oh, good.
I'm sure you'll come up with a way to take down Strahd with just that straw.
I'm sure I can find some use for this straw. For straw.
Watch that be like what helps us win is somehow the straw.
It's now in Theron's hands.
Alright, you got some straw. There you go.
Fair
Yay!
trade.
Big
Thanks.
bad ender right there.
Oh,
You guys off to Kresk, right?
Yeah.
What
Do we have
time
the
of day
skull
is
with
it?
us?
I do believe you have the skull with you.
Okay.
You went
It
back
was at the
and got it.
it was at the Monument
Hey,
Rocks.
she said we had it. We went back to the Monument Rocks because that's where we got Arabelle and them.
yep.
Right, okay, so yeah, we have it.
Settle down, Adex.
Alright. You make your way back to Kresk. It has been quite some time. Vayda, I don't believe you have ever been here.
How are the streets looking here?
Cold.
Do you fly your giant skull up to the gate?
Okay. Deja vu.
Vayda's with the wheel.
I'm actually
Maybe
going
downhill a
to
little.
take this one a little bit slower.
As you guys approach Vayda driving the flying skull, you see some heads perk up from the watchtowers at this gate, and they recognize the skull and do not shoot this time. You are greeted by 2 guards here at the gates of Kresk. You walk through, and it looks much the same as it always has. However, there is no illness. There is no sickness spreading. There are more people about than you saw before. You see 2 pregnant women walking around with their husbands and some goats. And you see off in the distance there a familiar cloak, that of Anna Kreskova's, who, guys, I've not talked to in a very long time, but she is standing over there. Just as a recap, you guys came here, discovered the Sorrow Blight illness, discovered that that was a curse caused by Lysandra's father at some point in the past, and you saved the Kreskova's son from the illness. And this is Anna. She's standing off in the distance there, but quite a few people around. It is cold as ever, but the air is much more jovial than it was the last time you were here.
Did we actually come back to town after killing
You did.
Lysandra's father? Okay.
Lysandra specifically wanted to check on their kid.
Okay.
Yeah,
couldn't-
there was a
I didn't
child
remember
in
that.
need, Theron.
And then you guys got
I
like some
couldn't remember if
downtime
we actually
here.
like got sidetracked.
Oh, yeah,
like,
but-
fucking-
Well,
and
this
then-
is where we went for like our break over like Christmas time, so we were
Yeah.
in
I-
Strahd on our like break.
I did drugs. I did drugs with the hermit, which
Yeah.
I was gonna bring up. 2 of those little prophecy things came true. Big bear near lake, fire inside now. That is not came true.
Who knows? Crazy hermit.
So I need to go talk to him.
Okay, what would you guys like to do here, Chris?
What
Have I
time of day
been to
is it, by
Crest?
the way?
No,
You
you
guys,
Vayda.
I think so. No. Okay.
Vayda has not been here.
no,
I didn't think
You
so.
weren't
Okay.
not with us, at least.
not with us. Then I don't know that you ever would have walked this far.
I was gonna
north
say I
and
remember
into
seeing the
cold.
name on the map, but yeah, I don't think I've ever been here.
Sorry, my mind just blanked on the question I was answering.
What
Great.
time of day?
Oh,
What? Yeah, what time is it? Where are we sitting with everything? I don't even remember what time it was when we went in the water.
I would say it's probably like noon, because you left Argenvoshtolt, went to the lake. You guys only had, what was it, 25 minutes of airtime, and with the Raven Queen, more like 2 p.m.
Okay. So I never switched. I mean, we didn't import it, but I never switched my 5th level spell back off of scrying. Can we just say that it's still there and then I'll
Sure.
change it tonight?
You're good.
Okay. I'm not doing anything with it right now. I just later.
Okay.
It's good to see you again. We are in need of some silvered armaments. If you guys happen to have any.
Oh, the werewolf's a problem again.
Well,
Yeah.
no.
Not well. No.
Well, we don't know. Okay, there might be more.
Okay.
And we don't know what state Gurmpa's in, alright? Better safe than sorry. Look at me like that. But we actually heard
Lysandra
that
just glares at him.
silvered weapons might also be useful against vampires.
You're going after the king, are you? Well, let me go speak to my husband. We may have some in stock, but it would be very few. I'll be back. She wanders off towards her home.
I'm gonna be holding hands with Arabelle and just start walking towards the lake that I had prayed next to before.
Okay.
I don't. I'm gonna turn to Vayda because she's the only one left here, I assume. I think Corvus, did you actually fly off?
No, I'm with you guys.
Okay. I'm gonna turn to Vayda. It's awfully cold in here. I'm not very used to the the snow.
Wouldn't all your heat stuff keep you a
don't
little
know
bit
if you-
warmer?
Just in
I was
like,
wondering that too.
normal body.
It's cold
I guess
up here.
maybe yeah.
You definitely
right.
feel a
But just as-
chill. A
But
bit
would those
less.
two- yeah. Would they be slightly less chilled
Than you
than like
guys.
me and Arabelle? I don't know about the feathers. Maybe the feathers keep Corvus warm. I'm not sure.
Feathers probably certainly keep him a little warm, but the
As a straight up
tieflings do
tiefling.
still feel cold up here in the high mountains.
I'd always see it as like you're used to being in hot weather, so
Warm, yeah.
the cold affects you a little bit more.
A little more, maybe.
Question. We had something that boosts our AC by 1 or 2, right?
Yep, it's on your character.
Beacon of hope.
From
Wasn't it?
yeah, the
Bacon.
Beacon of Hope from
The
the
bacon.
Arvin
Bacon of
Not-
hope.
It's not on. No.
Oh, you lost your Beacon of Hope? That sucks.
Oh, that's
was
what I was
just-
gonna.
Oh, because I
pulled it.
re-imported you. A second.
Yep.
There you go.
Thank you.
And you.
I was going to ask about the Beacon of Hope there. So, am I 18 with the Beacon of Hope, or like am I
Yes, ma'am.
19? Okay.
You are
okay.
18.
No, it's no,
not
it's
bacon. It's not
it's-
bacon.
no, no, no.
It's bacon.
I know, but
Hover
it
over
says
it.
bacon in our
says-
thing. It says bacon.
It says bacon.
The image is even a piece of bacon, a divine
Yeah.
bacon, no less.
Yep.
Is there bacon that's not divine?
That is turkey bacon. Turkey
Don't
bacon.
That's
Or
not real
Canadian-
bacon. That's not
Canadian
real
bacon, if you will.
Yeah, no, Canadian
not-
bacon. I
Jaina
agree with you
Proudmore.
there.
She does look like Jaina Proudmore.
She does.
Listen.
I will tackle the little scene here with Lysandra first. I'm gonna activate it for all of you here.
Activation.
Okay, Lysandra, you go to this pool of water here. What do you do?
I am gonna go close to the water, just kind of like kneel before it again, and then this time I'm gonna be inspecting and examining it rather than just it being a serene place that I am using to pray
Absolutely
to.
is.
Okay.
My
Excellent.
goddess.
100%
What kind of
real
check
bacon.
would you like to make here? You can either make an investigation
You're
check.
so
If you are
exaggerating.
sitting down to pray, you may make a wisdom check. If you are peering through the water, you may make a perception check.
Well, I just saw a goddess. I already knew how much Arabelle was connected to this goddess, but also, this is where I was drawn to when I prayed to my own goddess before.
Mhm.
So I'm gonna kind of explain to Arabelle what I'm doing, and then just kind of kneel down and like hold her hand and just kind of still to Mishakal a bit, but kind of pulling in both of them, making that kind of trying to pray to them to help me see what it is I'm missing that will help us to help the land and the people.
Okay. With Arabelle kneeling down with you, holding your hand, she sits down and she begins to mimic whatever your movements are as you reach out into the divine of Mishakal and the divine of the Raven Queen. You can make a insight check at advantage.
Gotta figure out which dice I'm gonna use because it's gonna fuck me.
I think, Adex, the only way I could do that right now is if you do exclamation point
17
and then the
plus
characters' names, their name,
17
their
plus 8?
image will
Well,
pop
my
up.
insight is plus 8, and I rolled a 17 and a 7. So
But their
sit
character
down, and as
sheet will kind
you-
of pop up on the chat.
The
on screen.
weight of everything that you have been through since you've been here just starts to kind of swell up within you, and you kind of get teary-eyed for just a moment. Just not cry, but you feel the burn behind the eyes, and you open your eyes to kind of blink it away. And as you look down at the pool, you see a man's face appear. floating to the surface, and he is just kind of swaying there. Doesn't say anything till a moment later. He looks at you and says, Tatiana?
No. My name is Lysandra. Who are you?
Oh, I've just been waiting for her for so long. My name is Sergei.
Damn, I
Nice
might
to
have
meet you,
messed
Sergei.
up.
Can you tell me about
Corvus's.
her?
Oh, she's beautiful. Long red hair, always so kind. So kind. We were gonna run away from this place. Just her and I.
I think I've heard about the two of you and the love
Okay,
that
try
you shared
Corvus's
and
again.
how it was so
Really?
brutally ripped from you.
Do
Yes.
they tell stories about us? It feels like forever I've been floating here.
There are stories, but they are whispered and not spoken of too strongly. I'm currently in Barovia with my friends. It's become a type of prison, and the one ruling over everything is your brother. Keeping everybody
My
here.
brother. He took her from me.
She
He took
refused him.
me from me.
If it helps at all, she refused him. And she's never stopped fighting.
Where
Although
is
right
she
now-
now?
Well, everything that happened, as you remember it, happened very long ago. But the souls aren't able to leave this place. And she's lived at least a couple lifetimes. She's continued to fight him and stay away from him to the most she can. Right now, I think he has some type of hold on her again, though. Her name's not Tatiana anymore, but it's still her. I found her and her body was there, but it was like she was missing. I'm not exactly sure how to find her again. How to make her whole.
He kind of shifts in the water, and elegant, beautiful man. Of course, Strahd hated him. He was everything that Strahd could not be.
Nerd.
Strahd or Sergei?
Strahd.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
He shifts in the pool, and he just looks very somber, very... His mind is just set on reuniting with Tatiana. He looks at you, and he looks towards Arabelle and smiles slightly at her and says, "We were going to have kids. I see you have your own."
They do bring a lightness that it's hard to find elsewhere. I'm just gonna look at her and smile.
Auntie Liz, he can see me?
Can you see him?
Yes.
Then I think he can see you.
He's very pretty, Auntie Liz.
He is very pretty.
Well, if you find her, please. I'd like to see her again.
I will do what I can. We're currently also trying to find a way to remove Strahd's power over this land. Remove the power that is helping him control everything. To leave these people in peace.
He kind of thinks for a moment and says, "You want to find his weakness. He's a weak man as it is. He
covers
stabbed
it
me
pretty
through
well.
the heart. So maybe this might help you. And his hands, this entire time he's been beneath the surface, but he like swims up and his hands come out of the water, and within them form, the water starts swirling around, swimming, until it is just a little drop, kind of like a gem, but still water. And he moves his hands and it starts floating towards you and hovers in the air.
I'm gonna put my hand out to take it.
You grab it. This should help him remember when the time is right.
I will bring her to you if I can. You have my word.
I just hope she's okay. We were gonna have kids, you know? And he starts fading down into the water. And as he does so, he starts repeating things that he said to you. Like, he forgets that he said it already. Floats down and dissipates before you. I'll add this after session, but you have Sergei's charm. Just hang on to that, and I'll let you know what it does later. Because I don't even know. Power of improv.
I have a feeling I'm gonna end up giving it to Corvus, the guy that can move 500 feet a turn.
Maybe.
100.
Potato,
100.
tomato. Do we need to go back to the place so you can check on your potato?
We might want some vodka here.
Sputnik.
Sputnik could be the key.
He honestly could be.
He could be.
Press.
Anna returns to you, Theron, with she's carrying a little like satchel and hands it over, and in that satchel are 5 more silver arrows, as well as 1 silvered dagger. She hands it over and says, "It's not much. We do have to keep some here, just in case. But I hope this aids you in your fight."
Every little bit will help. Thank you.
You're welcome. And again, if there's anything else, you're welcome to stay here. You all are friends among the people of Kresk.
I would think that our next stop is probably to go visit the werewolves here, but I don't know if we will be back. But it is on the way out, so you might see us later on.
Be safe and be careful.
Thanks, you too.
Anything else
Well.
anyone would like to do here at Kresk?
I'd like to
If,
go check on the boy.
If
Okay.
Corvus
With
is still
Arrow.
here, I'm gonna hand over the 5 silver arrows, so you got 5 more.
Got 5
Thank
more.
you.
I think I'll hang on to the silver dagger. Is it just a regular silver dagger?
It's a +1 silvered
+1.
dagger. You may be able to find that in D&D Beyond.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Okay. Sorry. Corvus, what were you saying?
No, I'm not going to check with the hermit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Lysandra, you want to go check on the Kreskova's son with Arabelle. You walk back from the pool and see Anna handing over the bag of arrows and weapons to Theron. She's standing there, and she starts walking back towards her home. She sees you and says, "Oh, Lysandra, you all are back. It's so wonderful to see you."
It's good to see you as well. The town looks to be in much better spirits than the last time we were here.
Yes, all thanks to you.
You said everything was going a lot better. I still wanted to see for myself. The boy was still doing well.
Oh, yes, my son is thriving. She points, and you see him chasing a pig around in a little pen by their house.
Just kind of look at him and kind of smile. That's good to see. There's been a lot of, well, everything in this place. There's a lot of hurt and other things happening.
Yes, good things are few and far between here, most certainly.
I'm glad he's okay. I'm glad he's doing well. Thank
I
you for
see.
letting me impose.
The little one here is, well, as well. There's a different sparkle in her eyes as she looks at Arabelle.
She definitely has a special little spark in her. More than I could have ever imagined. And then I'm going to look back at her and say, but don't all children, if given the opportunity, they all
Yes.
sparkle.
They all sparkle indeed. She looks towards her son and just kind of puts her hand on her chest and says, well, is there anything else I can help you with? I provided Theron with a few silvered weapons we could give up, but...
No, I think we're about to be on our way. I needed to see him for peace of mind,
Sure.
just to be sure.
Always welcome back to play, Arabelle.
Is
I'll
that
look
true,
at her.
Auntie? Can I
Of
can
course.
come back and play?
Of course you can. Why wouldn't you be able to?
And I don't know, sometimes I just don't always feel like a normal kid.
Well, why don't we try to figure out something this afternoon to help you feel like a normal kid?
Okay.
I have an idea. You have to keep it a secret, okay?
Okay.
And then I'm going to lean down and I'm going to whisper in her ear and I'm going to message the DM.
Okay. All the DM messages, my favorite. Okay.
No kidding. What's normal, anyways?
All right. So, with that, I think you all move on from Crest, yes? And you are going
To the vampire den next?
vampire
werewolf
den.
Oh, the werewolf den. Werewolf den.
I can take you to a vampire den.
Straight to a vampire den. Yep. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, let's go to a vampire den and get some practice.
I mean, level up.
I just gave you level 9. Shut up. Get
I know,
outta
but
here.
we're fighting Strahd.
Yeah, but
and
if we
level
clear
9
out
doesn't
an
sound like
entire-
it's enough.
Fighting Strahd at
Clear
an
out
odd
an entire
level just
den.
seems... It just seems a little weird to fight him on an odd level.
A good
Does
level
it?
is like 12. 12 just feels right,
12.
you know?
Give us
Wow.
3 more levels. Here you guys
I
go.
would- I would hate to jump to a level 12 party encounter from a level.
Yeah.
Actually,
yeah.
actually,
Yeah,
though,
yeah,
That'd be
um,
bad. That'd be so bad.
what the fuck
As
is his name?
you. Who?
Oh, never mind.
Okay.
Go
I need
ahead.
more context to answer that question.
As you guys step out of the gates of Kresk and approach the flying skull, Arabelle gets down, picks up some snow, molds it into a ball, and says,
Are you ready, Auntie Liz?
And then I'm going to just, my hands are going to glow purple for a second, and I'm going to cast Bless on both of us.
Alright.
And after I do that, I'm going to start forming my own snowball.
Okay, I got Corvus, you got Theron. She chucks a snowball at you, Corvus.
Attack roll.
Hold on, I gotta roll my d4 and I don't have a d4
I'm just
out.
gonna step off to the side and watch while I laugh.
Arabelle rolled a dirty 20!
Woo!
Whack, a snowball pelts you in the face, Corvus, for 1d6 snow damage.
And I got a 21 for
Ow.
Theron.
Two snow
Damn.
damage.
I see Vayda stepping to the side to try and dodge this fight, and I will throw a snowball at her. What is the roll?
Just an attack roll. A normal attack for you. You can use your dex or whatever it is you use.
Okay.
Plus the million is.
I roll
Yeah,
a
plus a
13 for
million.
my deck
Fucking
save.
knocks me on my ass.
13 for your dex save.
Yeah, trying to
Deck.
dodge out of the way of the... I didn't quite notice it in time as Lysandra throws it, and just...
It just kind of hits you in the shoulder.
And then, hits me in the shoulder as I was trying to dodge out of the way.
19, who are you?
Me!
Vayda? Oh, well, that gets you.
That is me! I'm just sitting there
Nice.
laughing, just hits me right in the face. Like,
You're like pointing at Corvus and then right in the face.
I just like look in disbelief. What?
Arabelle's giggling.
Excuse
She's
me.
like, "You're right, Auntie Liz. This is a lot of fun." Theron.
Oh,
We all
don't you
just start having
dare.
a snowball fight. How cute.
Oh,
That's a 17. It whizzes past your head. Oh, damn it.
TPK.
Now you're in for it. And,
on a snowball fight.
All right,
You
I'm gonna
bring
make.
that
I'm
to
gonna
your
make her
GMs.
next one. I'm gonna make her next one and give it to her, so I can give her advantage on her attack by like
Okay.
making it so spherical.
You make a
so she
better
can get
a snowball from Mom is much better.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
She says, "Okay, well maybe if that's not gonna do it.
Plus her D4.
Maybe if I
Would a snowball be a ranged weapon?
I
Yeah,
would
what?
say yes.
All right.
Vayda, right after you get smacked into the face with a snowball, another one hits you on the back of the head, and Arabelle's like, "Vayda, I got you."
How far do you think I could?
I was supposed to get Theron, and I make her another one.
How far would you
And,
say I could throw?
Theron will also make his own and kind of soft lob it
Soft
over
lob
to
it.
to Arabelle.
Okay.
I think I could throw like
A little attack.
pretty
roll.
freaking far without disadvantage
Yeah.
because I have sharpshooter.
What is Arabelle's AC? Oh, yeah, that hits Arabelle. Not too hard, just kind of pelts her in the chest. Ouch, Darren. That one's not going to do it. Oh, I can't hit Theron, Auntie Liz. What were you
Like,
saying?
okay.
Corvus?
I'll be like, okay, Arabelle, I got you. I'm gonna make another one. That is a natural 18.
Nice. I'll do it. Nice little snowball fight. What were you saying, Corvus?
I was gonna say I could probably just snipe these guys with snowballs.
Oh,
Just fly
absolutely.
Probably.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Fly away,
Snipe
make
'em.
a nice little snow fort quickly, and then just like lob 5 of them quickly. 4 of them.
Pew, pew, pew. Corvus makes a snowball catapult.
We all
And
hit on the head.
yeah, a miss.
Wow.
All of them miss.
Wow.
We're all just like watching, like, that was sad.
You said you were doing 5 of them. 4 more rolls. Let's see which ones you miss.
You
Oh
see-
jeez. That one was Arabelle, of course. Second one is
Arabelle pulls
Lysandra.
out the revolver and points it at you, Corvus. Hey, I could try this too. Just kidding.
Lysandra.
Savage.
That'll
23
do
hits
it.
Lysandra, right?
That's a 22.
Theron.
Although you said my name after you already got the 19,
That
which is
hits Theron.
cheating.
No, I said it before.
No.
You did not.
And Vayda. It's one. Oh, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the last one's aiming specifically at.
Yourself.
I'll kill Pickle.
I will fucking end you.
As Esmeralda, because she's still with us.
She is.
Oh yeah, she is. We're just all ignoring her.
Esmeralda's off in the corner minding her own business, and she just gets pelted in the face. She's like, "What the fuck, guys? I wasn't partaking in this."
It's a little fun. Join in.
She starts walking off, and you see she turns around and then bends down really quickly and makes a snowball really fast and tries to toss it back at Corvus. That's a 17. Ah, well.
18.
Tried.
It lands at my feet.
Right before
close.
right before she throws it, I'm gonna throw a bless on her so that she actually gets a 1d4.
All right. Easy enough. another snowball into the chest for Corvus by Esmeralda, and she flips her curly hair as she walks towards the skull. Are you guys coming, or are we gonna have a snowball fight all day?
I'm just gonna look
Just-
at Arabelle and start giggling, and then I'm just gonna pick her up, and then we're gonna walk.
Let's head out.
Boot in a boot.
Yeah, let's go. Oot.
Oot. Let's head out.
All right, so you guys make your way.
I have seen snow before. I was gonna say I'm gonna take a snowball and try and keep. I'm gonna try and keep a snowball.
It. Shut up.
I'm gonna grab a snowball and I'm gonna try and keep it. See how long I can.
As it melts in your hand.
If I made
Have a great night, Matt.
and put it into a bag of
Thanks for
holding,
hanging out.
would it melt?
I don't know the answer to that. DM's gonna go to the bathroom, take a little quick break before we move on into the
Let's
werewolf
ask-
den.
If I were
Werewolf. The werewolf. I'm gonna go grab a drink. I will also be back.
What did you eat, by the way?
Me?
Yeah.
Still eating, because I didn't want to be just like eating while we're trying to RP, but it's what did I order actually? Thai style chow mein box with crispy
Nice.
chicken.
Yeah, I'm definitely
actually-
just eating this on stream.
It's
On
actually
your stream.
really
Hope
good.
that's cool.
I got
Ooh.
I got the perfect solution, babe. Don't put it in the bag of holding. Put it in the bag of colding instead.
I'm leaving angry. Just know that.
Okay, so I don't know about the bag of holding, but I did look up the Amber Vault because I was watching Critical Role earlier today. And AI says no, a snowball placed in an Amber Vault in D&D, specifically referring to the magical storage created by Widowgas Vault of Amber, would likely not melt. It has a stasis effect, as storing non-living materials in stasis, no aging, weathering, or rot. Temperature implied, while temperature isn't explicitly mentioned, the stasis effect implies a complete halt to typical physical processes.
Gentle repose would be another one.
Including temperature change.
Gentle repose would be another one. You touch a corpse or other remains. For the duration, the target is protected from any sort of decay.
A snowball is not remains or a corpse.
It is in ruling. It works. It doesn't make sense.
I disagree. How would
it's-
that be remains?
It's literally argued in this. It's literally argued why it would work, but they say
No,
in
I would
rules
never
is
allow
written.
it. I call bullshit.
In
I call
rules is
bullshit.
written.
A corpse or remains, as in like creature remains. A snowball is not remains of a living thing.
I mean, so snowball is a remains of a snow elemental.
No, it's not. It could be.
It could.
But
It
it's
could.
not.
It could be.
Snow from the sky is not from a snow elemental remain.
I'm
And wouldn't
just-
it be an ice elemental or a cold elemental, not a snow elemental? Or is the snow elemental a thing?
I don't know.
You're just making shit up.
I'm
Welcome
not making
to
that shit up
D&D.
though.
Every time
It's
it
a stupid
snows-
argument, but
Every time it snows, it's actually we're being rained down with dead ashes of an elemental.
I mean, like 95% of the stuff is all deities and all that shit actually providing this kind of magic of the weather, of all this stuff that happens.
Gentle repose would not stop a snowball from melting. Why? 1. The target. The spell's target is described as a corpse or other remains. Its primary function is to prevent decay and prevent a creature from becoming undead. 2. Decay versus melting. Melting is a physical process of changing state from solid to liquid, not decay, which is a biological process of decomposition. Also, it's an object. It's an object, and the spell is designed to work on the remains of living things, such as a corpse, which is what I said. So I'm going with Google AI.
Google AI. Being AI is better.
Was
Gross.
the person who thought he was using Google forever, and I had to point out he was using Bing. That might be my favorite thing you've ever done.
I gave her the middle finger hearts.
Yeah, he double
Yeah.
flipped me off and then made a heart out of it. Very struggling, by the way. I didn't do too well that well. Doing it either, but that
There you
was
go.
hilarious.
I mean, my thumbs just it's a struggle to get my thumbs to go straight. So trying to get my middle fingers to curve and then my thumbs to be straight enough for the bottom. I mean, I could go the old floral heart.
As you just keep flipping me off.
Oh.
It will not be the last time tonight.
That's true.
This is
Oh,
what
Wolfie?
let's look. Let's go down the list. We have
For reasons you flip me off?
no, just
Oh. I thought you had a list.
so we
Reason number 1.
obviously need to talk to these people, these werewolves. But we went to Kresk. We need to. Well, are the Keepers of the Feather with us?
No.
Keepers of the Feather
They're
are
at that-
Danica
They're
and
at the house.
They're
They're
at my
at the house. Yep, with Vayda.
There's likely a couple at the winery, but we haven't been back to the winery in.
Do we know
So
if there was
Madam-
any at that church?
I do not believe there were.
Madam
But I
Ava
could be
is
making that up.
Madam Ava is unknown. But Keepers of the Feather and Vayda,
Ilma?
you and my Ilma, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
it's just a Yeti.
They're at your
Got
place,
some icy
so
in
we
it.
need to end up going there. Which will be by Vallaki, so we can check out the teleportation circle. Armin
Yup.
Vastal.
We,
we ever-
went there and talked to Godfrey, right? That's where we came from.
Yes.
Yep, we already good there. Esmeralda was already there. So really, finishing up here, and then going, getting my potato.
Yeah, here, maybe winery, and then
The
Vallaki.
is there
winery
any
is close
reason to
here.
go back? Is there any reason to go back to that church that was in Vallaki? Like, was there anyone there that was of note we should talk to?
You guys talked to the priest there and got some more information on what happened. I would say you've exhausted dialogue in regards to how you can be helped from the priest. You guys have spent some time. Lysandra at least did spend some time talking.
The only benefit I could think of going back there were to be take the consecrated remains, bring them to Castle Ravenloft, consecrate an area. That's the only way I could think of actually doing something.
Both Exaltimore and I had the same expression. I think at that. I mean, yeah, you guys can do whatever you want, but for now we are here at the werewolf den.
Rude boy, you fucking savage.
Surprise, oh, never mind. We already know he's not there. I was like, surprise, we find Grumpa.
Yeah, we have confirmation that he is not.
Yeah, yeah. Immediately, I was like, oh, never mind.
All right, you are here. You do not see anybody outside, but you are back here at the werewolf den.
Corvus, you want to try and make a werewolf howl? You're close to one. Good enough, I guess.
A couple moments
Let's
later,
walk
you
in.
see a head peek out from the side of the entrance of the den. It's like, oh, it's the bird! It's the bird!
The bird is the word.
And you see walking out together Zuleika and Emil, our sexy couple.
Oh, hell yeah.
Emil approaches and says, "Well, I'm not sure I expected to see you all again. You look pretty good. A few less in number, though."
Yeah. After that fight with your ex-leader, Gerpa and his friend went to go find Gerpa's wife.
Yeah. Well, what can I do for you?
We
are getting ready to go after Strahd.
Oh. Are you now?
Yes. We're gearing up, and by all means, you don't have to feel obligated for it, but if you are able and willing, would you help us?
What advantages do you have?
At this point, I'm gonna pull out. I'm not gonna say anything. I'm just gonna pull out my amulet of what's it called?
Was it the one I gave you forever ago? That one? Oh.
I'm gonna pull out the holy symbol of Ravenkind.
Oh. Good.
I just because it was tucked in my armor. I'm just gonna pull it out so that it's.
As you pull that out, Zuleika's eyes get wide. Well, honey, I do think they have quite an advantage.
Bam.
We have spoken with the Raven Queen.
In her realm.
The Raven? You spoke with her? Where? Where is she? What?
She's in her realm, where she's been kept prisoner, almost.
Zuleika her eyes start darting around all of you. Appears that she makes note of silvered weapons on you first, and then she looks at Arabelle. The child. It was the child all along, wasn't it?
In a way, but not completely. The Raven Queen has been there and she's been watching. Arabelle was just one of the few, if maybe the only, she was able to connect with and help us to find a means for her to have more access to this land again after she's been shut out.
She turns to Emil and says, "Do you hear that? They talked with the Raven Queen. I think they have an advantage, honey." And he looks very stern here.
Strahd has been mocking you for centuries. He orders you guys around, feeds you scraps, while he sits there in his castle like a king. If you help us, after Strahd is gone, the pack chooses its own fate. It'll be the first time in centuries that people will be free.
Your future will be your own.
Your soul will be your own.
Zuleika has tears in her eyes, and silent tears just fall down her face. We're going to do a group persuasion check. All, please give me your persuasion.
Woof.
It's an 11, a 9.
Yours.
A 4.
Come on, Corvus.
Oh no. Yeah,
Because
Corvus,
we have
come
Arabelle,
on.
do we have advantage? Do her eyes
No,
start to
but
glow?
Arabelle will roll herself. That's
Oh
Good.
my god.
Good roll.
That's pretty good, buddy.
What did
Yeah,
you
but
get,
ours all
Lysandra?
pretty fucking sucked.
What'd you get,
Seven.
Lysandra?
Like 4. I don't know. It was under 5. And I have a +0, so it was down.
This is the
Your
first time
roll-
Corvus has succeeded. Come
Plus
on, let
3.
it go.
As you're speaking, Corvus and the rest of you kind of chime in with your own little adage, Arabelle walks up and she touches her hand to Emil's arm, and you watch this very stern man. His facial expression changes to first one of sorrow, and tears well up in his eyes as well. And then he relaxes some. And she walks back to you, Corvus, and grabs your hand. And she says, like they said, you will get to choose. Emil, now taken aback by this young child, showing him the Raven Queen's true form. They, husband and wife, look at each other and then back at you all. We're not large in number, as you know, but I would like to take that fucker down. We will aid you.
He has many wives. Maybe distracting a few of them would give us enough time to slip in while he's sleeping. Who knows? A good distraction might help.
I think we can provide a distraction.
Do not underestimate them. They are not just merely women that flock to him. I haven't seen them in action, but I could tell by their eyes and their movements that they're absolutely lethal. So be cautious.
Well, we'll figure it out when the time comes. There's a bit of magic I can do a couple times a day. I can reach out to you later this evening or tomorrow morning. Where should we meet you?
I don't think we discussed a meeting point, actually.
The village of Barovia is
There,
right below it.
that might be a little bit close.
And it also might be watched. He's already burnt it down. He's looking for places we've been before that he expects us to potentially go again.
We could
I'd
meet
rather
at
not give him that.
at the lake where we met Madame Ava. I doubt that
At
they'd
her
be watching
original
there.
camp?
I would think we'd be stupid to go there. I don't think he'd expect it.
We could. My place is small and rather packed, but the area around my house is at least free from scrying as well.
That might be a little ways too far away, I think.
I mean, we do have to go back there and see them or communicate with them in some way, shape, or form, but
True.
I also don't want us all coming in one big horde. It's a lot easier to see and to pick out all of those that are choosing to stand with us.
Yes. Maybe send us a message tonight, and maybe we'll have some things better figured out by then. We can meet in the
All right.
morning.
I will do that.
Thank you.
No, thank you. You aided us once, and I'm not sure that we would have had the balls.
You were in an almost impossible situation. I'm glad we were able to help you out of it.
Yes. Well, there's a statue I need to go sit by for some time. I'll call you. I'll reach out to you later this evening.
Gonna
And then
nod
walk
to her and step off.
back inside the werewolf den. Allies in the werewolf secured. Where do you go next?
you.
How much time have we killed now? Winery's pretty far, is it not?
It's down the mountain from here. I would say you're probably looking at coming up on 5 p.m. maybe, early evening.
If the winery is just down, not just down the mountain, but down the mountain, I wouldn't be opposed to going there. Also to pay our respects.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, you can head to the winery and then perhaps head over to Vayda's house.
Do we need to, or are we able to communicate through Spore Lord?
I believe if we head anywhere east from the winery, we're going to run into Vayda's house anyways, so...
We also need to find a way to talk to Madame Ava. If at all possible.
Who is
She's at
the
Vayda's.
hut?
Is she? I thought she left a long
That's
time
what I
ago.
thought. I thought there was another
She
person
said
that was
she
at my
wasn't going
house.
to
I was like,
stay. I thought she wasn't going to stay there. Because she wasn't going to watch Arabelle. She's like, I can't stay here forever. Like, I might
Yeah.
not be able to stay here with Arabelle when she was all passed out.
Mm.
When she was unconscious. Because we were originally thinking of leaving her there with Madame Ava. And she was like, I might not be here very long. So I thought the only people there were the family, the Raven family, and the herbalist lady. If Ava's there, I'm cool with that. I was confused. Okay, perfect.
So, you make your way onto the winery. It's been some time since you've been here. You approach the winery. You see a couple of ravens fluttering about here, uncertain if those are were ravens or just true ravens. Otherwise, it is fairly barren around here. But why don't you guys go ahead and give me a round of perception checks as you land the flying skull down.
first step. And
22. Nice.
not awful. Not great. Ooh,
15.
I still did worse.
Theron, you look beyond the building of the winery here, and through the mist and the fog, you see this massive round shape just kind of lumbering through the vineyards.
No.
Is that Nick?
What the heck is that?
It's really hard to make out from here. It's just kind of walking. It has big footfalls through the rows of the vineyard back there.
Hey, Corvus, are you able to fly closer and see what that actually is?
I will take flight and try to peer through my glasses and see what it is.
Fog's pretty thick here. Go ahead and give me another perception check at advantage in the air.
There's a good one.
Yeah. On a 29, the fog breaks for a moment, and you look, and you're like, no way.
Yeah.
Oh
Don't
my
worry.
god.
The DM
I
gave
don't know
you
what
your
you're so.
potato monster.
I don't know what you're so excited about. That thing was pissed at you. He's gonna fucking eat your face.
But I convinced Corvus to plant him here. So maybe he won't be pissed
Yeah,
at me.
where he didn't want to be.
Also,
Technically, it would-
Selenia's like following us, right? Like we have Selenia and all of that jazz.
Yeah, everybody is with you. I'm just not role-playing everybody.
We're good,
odd.
we're
A
good.
potato's not. A potato wouldn't be technically linked with
This
Spore Lord, would he?
looks like an angry Humpty Dumpty.
Delete those people, sorry.
He got legs and he got armsies.
Nick.
Excuse me. There it is.
Roll for
Okay,
initiative.
but you said, yeah, but you said there was gonna be no fighting tonight. So I mean, he's
She
good.
said
He's good,
like,
right?
She said there's likely not.
More
not
than
gonna see
likely.
combat. More
Damn
than likely,
it.
we won't see combat. TPK to Spore Lord.
Oh my god.
We're all
that'd be
gonna
funny.
Lord.
fucking die to your
Not
little
Warlock.
potato.
Spudnik.
Spudnik.
This is Spudnik the Great.
The Great?
He is a great
Yes.
big friggin' potato, yeah.
No initiative or anything here at the moment, but that is certainly what you see out there for this.
Come on, new ally.
Who is not here
It's
yet?
getting towards me. I'm not.
Not you.
Well, I'm loading.
Okay.
99%. Seeing that I've used
Corvus.
one of them today, it's getting
Corvus,
late.
what do you see?
You're not gonna believe this, but our plan works. Spudnik's a badass.
I'm just gonna be slowly walking forward.
And it's
There's
not
no
loading for
way
me.
that's Spudnik.
That's so weird.
Loaded for me.
Loaded for everybody else.
I'll reload.
Hi.
Refly.
Head pop, take a nap. I have a puppy.
I
He
have a
smells my chicken.
pen. I have apple.
God damn it.
Apple pen. It's still not loading.
Maybe
Exaltimore?
if we do this. Hold up.
And now you have that little tiny jingle song like
Man,
That's
I
not
don't
loading.
know.
Maybe
Huh.
totally close out and come back in.
Yeah. Is his token there? I
Yeah.
only see GLTV. No C.
I see Corvus.
Okay, I see Corvus.
Not that token, but
at the
the
very
top
top.
BM
no,
road.
it's not loading him onto the. I tried to
Oh,
load him.
yeah. Okay, up there where it says the road, I don't see him either.
I'm exiting out of here and then coming back in.
That song's stuck in my head now. Thank you.
With
Got
the
one.
Death Note guy.
Loading.
Weird.
It's just stuck at 99% for me.
I've had it sit at 99 for a long time.
Well, we'll give it a few more minutes and see what happens. I guess just check Exaltimore's stream if anything crazy
Yeah.
goes down.
Look at that.
If it's come up for you. But yeah, so you see this massive potato monster just kind of lumbering through the fields out here.
Damn, he's really soaked up those nutrients. I'm gonna peer into. I mean, he's gonna be a fucking potato, but I'm going to use Hunter's sense.
He's gonna be a potato. Yeah, you lock in on whatever the hell this is. It is a monstrosity. Resistant to bludgeoning and piercing, but vulnerable to fire and salt.
Salt! Is there like a big
We're
bag
gonna
of
be
salt
making
hanging around?
fries.
I
should've
mash
potato
grabbed
potatoes
chips.
with bludgeoning, and I stab them with forks, piercing. I'm just saying.
We had so
It's
Corvus,
many.
you
generally
know
when
what?
they're cooked. It's generally
This
when
is
they're
a
cooked.
monster.
Why would there be a bunch of salt around here? Never mind.
I had so many chances to grab salt. I literally had so many chances. We were. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, horrible forager, Corvus. Like, are you even a bird?
There you go.
Maybe. I don't know if he's gonna want to talk. Maybe we need to make him into some Barovia fries or something.
Well, it was your potato. You planted them.
I
He's
could
gonna
go
listen
for
to
some
anyone.
French fries.
It's gonna
I guess
be
I wouldn't
you.
know that they're called French fries. Fries.
Do I try to say hi and give it a hug?
Maybe don't hug it.
I was waiting for
Act
a no
like an
balls.
old friend.
Okay, so I will. I guess. I can't fly down to the ground because he'll just charge me. Spudnik, hello! Long time no see, old pal.
You hear a guttural potato growl. I don't know. He turns massively towards you and looks up. Corvus, you did this to me,
As he.
and I
turns.
love it.
Okay. I'm still going to mark him with Slayer's Prayer.
Okay.
If he tries to hug me, I'm screwed if he hugs me.
I'm gonna walk up slowly while he's yelling that, and I'm gonna be like, "Wow, Spudnik, the winery soil really did much more for you than the frozen step up in Kresk."
Yes, pretty purple lady, it does. And he slams the ground, and he does his rechargeable ability called Mashed Mayhem. Please make a please
Mayhem.
please make a dexterity save.
Deal. Not gonna make it. My ass is falling on the ground. That's his natural 7, and I don't have a lot of dex. I have a +1 to dex, so my ass falls.
You take 20 bludgeoning damage, and you're blinded for a couple of seconds as the starchy residue flies up into your face.
I'm just gonna kind of be like, "Ugh," and kind of wipe my eyes, and then I'm just gonna look at him and be like, "That was seriously impressive. Like,
Right?
you're amazing."
Corvus,
Hey, buddy.
do you have more power? Make me bigger.
I don't know about more power, but here's a little something. I'll take out my vial of mushroom tea. I've been wanting to see if this would interest you at all. Give this a nice little swig as I pour it into the mug of retention. Just they fill it up.
These are the hallucinogenic ones, right?
These are the hallucinogenic ones, yes.
As he does this, I'm gonna look at Corvus, and I'm gonna do a 2nd level cure wounds on myself and back up.
A massive potato hand grabs it and he eats the mug
Shit.
with it. Mushrooms. And it plops and sits down and is just sat there.
Well, now you
Spudnik.
now you went and did that, Spudnik.
Very
Why'd you go and do that?
Why
Hungry.
didn't you just pour it in his mouth?
Had too many grapes. There's only grapes here.
Is that
I
how you got
understand that.
big?
Bye-bye, mug. Gotcha.
I'm thinking about just chopping this fucking potato up. above table. Chopping this potato up and getting
You
my mug
corrected
back.
that so fast.
I'm just gonna look at Corvus, and I can tell he's pissed that he lost his mug, and so I'm gonna try to divert him and be like, "Spudnik, you said you
Yes.
wanted more power.
Yes.
I don't know how to get you that, but there is this man. Well, he considers himself a man that rules over this entire land, and he believes he is the most
Spudnik rules the
powerful."
land.
Exactly. This regular guy thinks that he rules everything, and we're working to go and take him out. So if you want, you could come with us and help us defeat him, so that everybody would know just how glorious you are.
I'm gonna make my way over to Arabelle if I can.
Yeah, you're not in initiative. Anything you can do.
Okay. And I am going to tell her, Arabelle, you remember that little thing we practiced earlier? Oh, that was today. She can only do it once per day. Shit.
Thank God.
Fuck. I was gonna. Oh.
Let us get another ally,
Yep.
Corvus. Stop trying to.
I guess I'll try. I gotta follow through with it. You remember that thing we practiced earlier? Do you think you can try screaming again at this guy?
You want me to scream again, Corvus, at a massive potato?
I'm gonna look back and be like, no.
Potato!
No.
Oh, sorry, Attilas. I don't think I can, Corvus.
It was worth a shot.
Lysandra, go ahead and give me a persuasion check.
Damn it! I should
Never
have
thought-
carried doing this.
Never thought you'd say you were persuading a potato.
I mean, an 8.
An 8.
Jester did not help me.
Lucky for you, this potato has a -3 to intelligence. He is a potato. Now a monstrous potato, but he says, Spudnik the Great rules the land. I will smash.
That's usually what
Spudnik
happens to
smash.
potatoes, but
I smash all
Hey, big guy.
potatoes. Hey, small person.
We have our own halt.
yeah.
Hulk potato. Not
So
potato. Hulk potato.
I don't have any more seeds, do I? It's just the one still in what's his name's body?
It was probably in the ground.
Yeah, it was in. You gave them all back. That's why the grapes are growing here. And the third one was in Davian Machikov's body.
We never tried to get it out. So
Do we notice though that the full crop is, or is it still at 75%?
It's still at 75%.
God damn, I thought they would have buried him.
Maybe we go inside and see if anybody's around. I mean,
I'm gonna turn back to Spudnik and say, the people that used to work this vineyard, the much older
Birds.
man,
More birds.
right? The birds, the really old bird that died. Do you know what they did with him? Did they bury him somewhere?
This way. And he starts stomping off towards a different area of the winery. Would you all follow? I'm going to move scenes.
Yeah.
Vayda flies. She's like, I want to see Mr. Potato.
does
very
Lysandra
intrigued.
fly? Does Lysandra fly?
Lysandra is floating. She's just kind of gliding.
Before we
gonna pull
move
an
on,
Essex.
I'm going to tell you some of the traits of Spudnik the Great. While in sunlight or moonlight, he regenerates 10 hit points at the start of his turn if he has at least 1 hit point. If he takes more than 20 damage from a single attack while standing on soil or dirt, can go one of the other ways there. He has little potato vines that lash out that and knock people prone. His body is covered in thick tuberous flesh. He's a tube.
Ew.
When reduced to 0 HP, he rolls a d6. On a 6, Spudnik's backup Spud, a much smaller version of Spudnik, remains in the fight at half hit points and a lesser challenge rating.
That's
And
so
he
funny.
has multi-attack. There's your Spudnik the Great.
it's funny.
Where
I
we go?
love that.
With my ranger's
made it-
ability,
And you
I
made
have-
up the random potato that we just found because
I
Corvus
did.
was looking
I made
for
up a
shit.
random potato because Corvus was always looking for shit, and I was like, I'm
But-
gonna have this vegetable
Kind-
thing talk
Kind
shit.
of like the straw.
would he
that
technically be a
be
plant?
He's like a
What do you mean?
plant monstrosity. He's classified as a monstrosity though.
Because like how my kit and all that stuff, with the last level up we got, I got land stride. So I have advantage on every saving throw against him. literally every saving throw against him, I have advantage on because land stride gives me advantage on all plants that are magically created or manipulated.
Oh. Wow, yeah, that's Spudnik for
Yes.
sure. He was
Damn.
magically grown.
If it ever comes down to that.
Yeah, right.
Well, that's why I created that's why I switched over also to the
Because of Spudnik?
spike growth.
mm,
No. Because I can move through spike growth without actually taking any damage.
That's pretty crazy, actually, because spike growth can be intense. At
Spike
higher
growth is
You
levels.
can fly.
So good. It's
Yeah,
so
you can also
good.
fly,
But,
but
but I can
And I
drag
can-
people.
I can just float. I can just float over.
But I'd be able
There,
to
it's
drag
not for
people
you.
through it. Drag people through it at the low enough level where I would technically take damage still from it.
Mm.
Yeah.
All right, so you guys follow Spudnik back towards the winery here, and he lumbers over to a specific area of grapes that are more vibrant than the others, and you see a small little mound with a vine stake in it with the vibrant grapes, but also a very quickly put together wooden kind of sculpture of a feather above it. And he points, says, "There."
I'm gonna walk up kind of slowly and just kneel down and then give out a short prayer to Mishakal. And then I'm also going to pull a couple of the raven feathers that I had picked up from in town in the massacre and just lay them on top.
You lay them on top of what you assume to be Davian's grave here, and as you do so, you hear a voice in your head of the Raven Queen. She says, "Thank you for stopping by."
I'm just gonna nod, and then there'll just be like a tear that just kind of slowly goes down my cheek as I get up, and then I walk back to the others.
Okay. Anything else you guys want to do here?
Well, it feels rather wrong to dig up the grave of an old man for the seed, so
Why do you want the seed?
because then the rest of the grapes or whatever.
Well, these are
Instead
all more
of just his
vibrant.
little patch.
I
Yeah,
have
just
a
where
feeling
he
as
is.
I have a feeling as he decomposes, it'll.
Fair enough.
Maybe.
Yes, with Lysandra's passive insight, she's correct on that.
But also,
not
if
been
we
used.
were
He very
to,
recently died. He very
did.
recently died. It was put in the ground.
He did.
we also, Spudnik was created in the soil, and he's asking for more power. I mean, he's
Power?
an old.
More
He's an
power?
old.
I
he's
look
an
over
old
to
friend.
Corvus and I say, "I will end you."
What time is it
And I
again?
look
It's
over.
very late at
I
night.
look over at Spudnik and I say, "Spudnik, you are very powerful and very fearsome. We will
Spudnik rules the land.
be.
Spudnik is the land.
You will have no problem taking out the evil man that believes he is better than you."
Are you talking about the bird?
I'm talking about Strahd.
Right.
The bird is just a pain in my ass.
Do you think, with your smash capabilities, a big door should be easy for you, right?
Spudnik can smash doors.
I can attest to that, and I'm just gonna kind of like rub my chest where I like took a lot of like the force damage, where it's still very sore.
No, hold on. Save your energy. We have some friends who
I have a lot of
can't-
energy. I am potato. Carbohydrates. Sorry.
He's carb loaded.
We have some friends who aren't quite nearly the size of you, who need to get through a rather large door. Would you be able to smash the door?
Spudnik smash door. Oh. The tea is starting to kick in.
I've got a couple more jars of that tea if you want some as well, but we
Why
just
is
need
your
that.
beak getting longer?
She keeps on telling me I lie, so maybe that is what's happening, or you're just
What if he
enjoying
attacks us in fear now?
Just sit back, enjoy the ride.
This is Spudnik the Great. He fears nothing. He doesn't need to attack right now. He knows he
Spudnik
is superior.
the Great. And you watch as he's trying to grab something out of the air, but you don't know what it is.
Are you seeing the butterflies?
Oh, butterflies. What is butterfly? Spudnik has gotten a lot stupider.
You're -3.
Yeah.
I miss our talks, Spudnik. I really do. But if you have we decided? Are we meeting at the place? Vayda, could you have Spore Lord maybe guide him like a shiny bright light across the ground that just he runs towards? He said he has a lot of energy.
We need to find some mushrooms, but I'm sure I could at least try. And then I'm going to start looking around on the ground for some mushrooms.
Okay. Give me a investigation check. Corvus, you may make a survival or a nature check if you'd like to try to help her find mushrooms.
Did you say I have to do nature?
Ooh, don't matter because you rolled a natural 20.
And the first time I got to use those glasses I got.
Right.
There you
Look
go. Another one.
around and you see a couple little mushrooms on the ground there. Just a few.
Okay, I'm going to kind of like tap them. Spore Lord. Can you hear me, Spore Lord? Yeah.
Takes just a moment, and the mushrooms turn bright pink in front of you, and you hear, Miss Vayda! I can hear you.
How is everything going over there, Spore Lord?
Oh, it's okay. Just a little crowded.
Yes, I'm sorry about that. It shouldn't be for much longer, though, but I have a favor to ask you, if you're able to do this. Where am I asking him to lead for the big door? Like, is that the castle?
Well, we're going to go to the castle eventually, but we're convening at your house.
I think he's asking to have him follow back to your house because Spudnik is so stupid, he might just wander off a different way.
Yeah, the shiny pink light just tracing along the ground.
Okay. Spore Lord, we've made a new friend here. His name is Spudnik. He is rather large, but I promise you will be great friends. Is there any chance that you could perhaps light a path from where we are at this moment back to the home?
You see two little eyes like pop out of the top of this mushroom, and it like looks. Oh, that's a really big friend, Miss Vayda. But sure.
Thank you very much, Spore Lord. Lead the way.
Okay. Is it gonna stomp? You gotta tell it about us, maybe.
I will. Don't worry, darling.
Okay.
Spudnik the Great.
Spudnik the Great.
These little pink mushrooms on the ground are my friends.
Food.
Or no food. Friends, not food. Mushrooms are friends, not food.
Pretty.
Please treat them as friends, and they will lead you to where you need to go.
Are you friends?
Thank you. Yes, friends. We're all friends.
We're all friends.
I'm friends with Spore Lord.
Follow friend.
Follow friend, yes. Do you think you can do that, Spudnik the Great?
He is great and powerful, of course.
Every time you say Spudnik the Great, he just repeats it. Spudnik the Great. You take that as confirmation that he understands.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Sputnik. You can just follow these pink lights and they'll lead you where you need to go.
What is a butterfly?
It is butter that flies. I don't know how else to explain this to you right now, Sputnik.
You'll
Focus on the
really
light.
you'll really like butter.
What?
Butter goes
You
really
will
well
love
with you.
butter. He speaks
Whoa.
true of this. All right, the lights, follow them.
Sputnik the Great, follow pink light. Got it. Dum, dum, dum. He starts wandering off, following a Spore Lord.
Like
Well
we got
then.
the
Gonna
gates
check
taken
around
care
for
of.
any other Ravenkind around here.
Mhm,
Want to go
mhm.
inside
Sure, are
and
you going-
see if anyone?
Yeah, you're going inside?
I'd like to go inside, yeah.
Yeah.
And look around. I want to use the shit out of my glasses while I got this.
I really wish.
We might as well get drunk tonight. Like we might die tomorrow.
True.
Yeah, we don't need to be hungover tomorrow.
Don't you have some magic healing spells that could help with a
Would
hangover?
you like me to waste my magical healing spells on our hangovers or on us in the middle of the battle to come?
This is the best interior I have,
point.
unfortunately.
I remember this interior.
Sticky wine.
Yeah.
That
You all
looks
look
like gold.
around inside here. Go ahead and give me another round of perception checks if you'd like.
Perception.
Ooh, almost
Man.
natural 20 again.
I know, how shitty.
21.
It's okay, 16.
25.
Good job, you guys.
Corvus, you look up and you do see one raven perched up there with a silver feather.
Ooh. Silver.
I'm not gonna do the hello there, sir. That's just
It's also
been
a
sold-
woman, and her name starts with an M, and I can't remember it, but it starts with an M, and it's a woman, so don't say sir. Or do, because it's Corvus.
my lady. I'll do a little bow and just my lady.
This raven flies down.
This is a dude.
This raven flies down.
Oh no, right. The silver one was the dude. It wasn't the cousin.
And you watch as Erwin appears
Ah!
before you.
Oh, it has the silver. It was the other
listen.
one was totally black. What was
It's
her name?
okay,
This is bugging me.
Mariel.
Mariel.
He says, "No worries. It's hard to tell gender on birds. I don't take any offense. You all are here.
God, he's beautiful.
most of us are here. I don't know if you've seen us since Grandpa left.
Yeah, I
we
have.
have.
We have
You have.
this has been so long.
It has been quite some time. I know my wife and children are at your place, Vayda. Thank you very much for keeping them safe and opening your home. What can I do for you here?
Well, first off, I'm sorry about your father.
Thank you.
We are gearing up to go take on Strahd.
Yeah, the final fight brews, does it?
Make him pay
it's
for all
about
of the
time.
pain that he has caused.
A lot of pain indeed.
What were you doing
Anybody that
here
would-
and not in the hut?
As you say that, go ahead and make an insight check. Anybody else that wants to make an insight check on him can do so.
Yeah.
27.
Now.
27.
I got a 16 on both of those.
27.
Haha, Corvus, I tied you.
Vayda, you recall that Danica was having some problems with Erwin before everything went down back in Vallaki. Lysandra, you take a closer look at him. and something just feels so off. So off about him. You're not 100% sure, but it does not feel right. And as you look closer, you see 2 holes on the side of his neck.
I just go, oh no.
Well, Danica and I were having some problems, you see, so we thought it was better that we just stay separated for now. Have some work to do around the winery, you know. Bring it back
Right.
to its former glory.
Do I just notice the same thing as her, or am I noticing
Yeah,
anything different?
we were both at 27.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yes. You do as well. You see that. And in fact, all of you being immune to charm as you sit in Erwin's space a little bit longer and feel his energy, you pick up that he may in fact be charmed.
Ooh, ooh. Okay, knowing this. Sorry, this popped in my head earlier, and
Okay.
I was like, I wonder if I'll get to do this. I'm gonna slowly like take my mirror out of my
Mhm.
bag,
Mhm.
and I'm going to pretend that I'm kind of like looking at myself, but I'm gonna be focused on him to pick up what is it that it does. I can find out if he's charmed, and something else, isn't it? Let me find it. Hex glass mirror. Okay. I can gain insight into a creature, learning its surface emotions, whether it's been charmed, frightened, or cursed.
And surface emotions that you pick up is annoyance, and he absolutely is charmed.
Okay,
He's
so
not
he's
cursed?
annoyed. He's
Not
annoyed and charmed. Okay, okay.
What's the annoyed thing in 5e?
Stop. Well,
I'm just getting a bunch of
seems
Reddits.
like you have a plan, right?
We don't have too much of a plan. We're not really.
You
I
must
mean-
have other allies at this time. If you're here, you must have stopped elsewhere, no?
We've been struggling. Theron could probably speak more to this.
Yes. Well, the last time we saw you was heading into that hag's house, and it just went all downhill from there. But somehow we ended up halfway across the land, and we were kind of nearby and thought we'd stop in here, so you're pretty much the first stop. We found the gigantic potato that seems to be roaming
that
the land
thing.
here.
Give me a deception check.
Thank God.
Oh shit! All right, yeah.
That was so close to a 7.
That baton handoff right there was
I have plus
crucial.
13, so even a
Yeah,
7 would be
yeah,
a
we're
dirty
good.
20.
If anyone needs a liar, go to Theron.
Erwin nods and just says, "Ah, I see. Well, right. I don't know that I have much to help.
Well,
We were massacred.
if we are we able to call upon you when the time comes?
I'm just feeling really weak after everything, and I'm still mourning the death of my father, so
We knew.
maybe my wife could help you."
Right.
I was gonna say, I know we asked earlier, but maybe you know of any secret entrances into the castle now?
Oh, I haven't been there.
I didn't know if flight paths, any of that stuff might have taken you.
Well, the castle is on a cliff, as you know, so there's many ways to fly to it.
Doesn't help me
leaves-
none.
That leaves Lysandra, Vayda, and Theron without flight.
That's not
Yeah.
true.
Theron and I think
I'm the only one.
actually all of something
Theron,
different. I think
shut
all
up.
of you. I think all of you pick up on the fact that he is lying. Vayda can tell that he's charmed, and you guys' insights and your deception, he's absolutely lying.
And if I know he's charmed, I'm just gonna assume everything coming out of his mouth is a lie.
When he asked about the secret entrances, can I cast Detect Thoughts?
Yep. Going further or just surface?
Surface when he asks to see if he's thinking something as he asks.
You receive it as an image, and it is of a room within Castle Ravenloft that you all have, except for Vayda, have actually seen before on your way down to free Vorgath. There was a brazier room.
Yep.
You see an image of that brazier room and can make the inference that perhaps a teleportation circle might lead there.
Oh.
Okay. The brazier room was that the one on the second floor?
It
Or was that
was like
the one that was second floor, hidden stairway, and then down in that?
Yes. Yep, you got it right.
Okay.
It's exactly what it is from that stairway.
Where
I'm gonna-
Corvus decided to go pass out and almost fall to his death.
Shut up, Theron.
gonna-
Okay, got it.
I'm gonna look over to Theron and to Vayda. I feel like there's gonna be many traps and other things of even magical means once we are able to get to the castle. Are either of you able to dispel magic from such things? Is it a spell that either of you know?
Who did you ask? Beta and who?
Vayda and Theron,
Oh.
the two casters.
What spell? Sorry.
Dispel magic.
Dispel magic.
Dispel
There's
magic.
not much.
Don't.
There's not much point of talking about strategy. There's no. We can't defeat Strahd.
I was. Oh. I don't
Cough,
have
cough.
anything like that.
Dorian did.
I have
Rowan
a
stands-
knack for finding traps.
Right.
I'm sure that first
Innate.
one will.
Let's say.
Innate.
I'm sure
Innate
that first one will
ability
get
for
us all.
finding traps.
We are but
Yes.
5 people, 4 people.
Well, I have a bit more work to do around here. It was very nice to see you all again.
Hold on, what time of day is it?
You're looking at like 7, 8 p.m. You guys are hitting night.
I'm gonna turn around and start rummaging around in my bag with my back to him while he's talking to them about leaving, and then hopefully when he's distracted, take out my shoe of stunning and throw it at him.
Okay. Sure. He turns around and bids you all farewell. Go ahead and give me your ranged shoe attack.
21.
21.
Hold on. 22 because it's +9 now, not +8.
What's your spell save DC?
17.
The shoe hits him. Go ahead and give me your D6 of bludgeoning.
I don't care about that.
I know. Just do it.
5.
5. Nice on that.
Hold on, no. That was a D8. That was a D8. 6.
Shoe hits him in the back of the head,
And Kelsey.
and he slowly turns around to look at you. You beat your save.
Motherfucker.
I assume that was an accident.
Yeah,
Right.
I was digging in my bag for something that I could lay on your father's grave. I'm so sorry, and I tripped. I'm so sorry.
Well, you better to hold on to your shoes next time. And he continues walking off.
That didn't work. I will be able to fix him, but not until tomorrow. I would much rather he not be able to communicate with Strahd, though, and tell him that we're here and we're planning before we get to him. Any other thoughts?
But if we rest here tonight, we are sitting ducks.
He
knows
needs to be
we're here.
bound, and we need to bind him and make sure he can't leave and tell him. We have to find a way to keep him, but also keep him safe. He is a victim in this. He's already lost so much.
Is he considered a monster?
He's a humanoid.
He's-
He is just under the effects of Strahd.
Sorry, I'm just looking at something here. Is that really the only one? I thought I had the other one too.
Yeah, because Greater Restoration is the only thing I have, and I don't have it prepared. I thought it was an always prepared one, and it's not. That's lesser.
Sure. Sorry, I'm just thinking out loud here, but like, if I were to try and charm him, would that break the other charm?
I would leave that up to the dice to decide. It would
Okay,
be a high check, but I would absolutely welcome that to be tried.
This wouldn't be considered a curse.
He is specifically not cursed. He is
God damn it.
charmed.
I know. I was just
I know.
shooting in the dark.
Oh, he's charmed. Wait, no, charmed condition. Does it break on any damage? Or does it have to be damage from the person that charmed you?
Damage from the person that charmed you.
And I'm gonna
Or party.
be clear here. This is a vampire lord's charm.
Yeah, it's true.
And yeah, I'm pretty sure you were right. If he just took damage, it wouldn't matter. But yeah, it's not the charm spell. Because that also has a short window.
This is a little different.
He walked away. Is he out of earshot?
I mean, he just kind of walked off the ramparts, probably out of earshot by this time, but going about his own business, ignoring you.
So, whispering to Lysandra, do you think you have a way to break?
Not tonight. I can do it in the morning. I can do it as soon as I wake up, but I can't do it now. I have to prepare for it. I didn't have it ready.
We can
None
try
of us
to
can be
hold
charmed
person.
all night.
If
need
you
to find
can
a way to
Hold,
lock
hold
them up.
person them and try and knock them out.
If you
I
can
don't
hold
know.
him, I
I
have.
don't know what kind of mental link they have. Knock them out all night.
If we can, whatever we have to do. He can't warn Strahd. He's seen us. He knows what we're doing. Even if we don't stay here, we're sitting ducks. We're in danger because he'll be able to warn him, and he will. He has no control over this right now. But I do not
Yeah.
want to go back to his wife and tell her she's a widow.
We can try. That's what you think.
Are you gonna say something, Vayda?
No.
Okay. You're just making faces over
She's
there.
just
Well,
stressing.
I was
Stressing.
thinking, like, what if I disguised myself as Strahd, and then I tried talking to him and mimicking Strahd's voice, but then I'm like, but that's not gonna matter. I can't stop the charm pretending to be Strahd, so it's okay. My face is just showing that I'm thinking.
All the thoughts are thoughts worth trying. You guys think for one more moment, because I gotta pee again already. I'm so sorry.
Dispel magic or greater restoration would be great.
Yeah, I don't know. Do I have even access to that?
I have no clue. I was going towards magic users. I'm sure you don't. I think wizards and whatchamacallits do, but I don't have it.
Dispel magic.
That's protection
Yeah.
from good and evil. That doesn't do anything for me.
Bard, cleric, druid, almost every fucking spellcaster, it seems.
Hold on. I've got.
What do you have?
I've got it.
Look at Corvus coming in clutch. Don't kill him, please.
I was looking through all my items and I'm like, I've got to have something in here.
That's. I thought you. I thought somebody did. I thought I did, but then what I have doesn't work.
What's the plan, y'all?
I remembered I have one final potion that I have found from Ilma. Made from the Sorrow Bloom. This potion grants the drinker immunity to fear and charm for 1 hour. Would that break the charm?
Don't know.
Fuck it. Theron, you're the sneakiest of us all. I'll reach in my bag and pull out the elixir. It glows like a blue glow. If you can get him to drink this, by whatever means, it could, we can only hope it can snap him out of the charm or the spell that he's under.
Okay.
And then
See if
before
this
he goes,
works.
my hand's gonna start glowing purple, and I'm going to cast Bless on Theron.
Okay. Get a D4 there.
All right. I am. I'm gonna try. See how smart he is. Gonna actually cast Hold Person on him.
Okay. What's your spell save DC?
17.
Oh, 17. Damn. All right.
He beat her 17.
Mm-hmm.
Good.
Can he do it twice?
He beats it.
Oh God.
As you cast
Does
hold,
he?
as he's walking away from you, and you go to cast hold person, he stops in his tracks and slowly turns around.
And I'm gonna cast
And I'm
Invisibility.
gonna cast it again. And I'm gonna cast Hold Person myself.
Okay. Mid sentence, you go to cast it again. He rolls a 23. His eyes are just filled with hatred at this moment in time. What are you trying to do here? I'm not hurting you. Leave me alone.
And before he had turned around, seeing that it had failed the first time when I did it, I cast invisibility and started
Okay.
moving around.
Okay. Easy enough.
I
I would
looked
say
at him
as he started turning, you pop your invisibility. Go ahead, Lysandra.
I'm just gonna look at him and be like, Erwin, you know something's wrong. Your mind isn't your own. Tell me you can recognize something is off.
I don't know what you mean. I'm here to take care of the winery.
As
You're
he's
away-
talking,
The city burned. Your wife and your children almost died. And you aren't with them. Tell
Go ahead.
me. Yeah, I'm just arguing with him.
No,
Whatever.
you're good. Go
whatever
ahead,
check.
Whatever check.
I'm going to basically pull him and try and force the potion down his throat.
I'm trying to help by distracting him while Theron's trying to do this, like by holding his attention so that he's
Yeah.
taken very off guard.
Because he is distracted by Lysandra talking, you may do either an acrobatics check if you're trying to do it quickly and swiftly, or a strength check if you're trying to hold him in place and then pour it down. Whichever one.
Oh well.
You're looking at Dex or strength
Acrobatics.
here, essentially.
Acrobatics. Be my best bet.
You do have advantage.
Advantage.
Oh.
Okay.
You have advantage because of Lysandra.
Fucking not any
That
better.
was so close to the 18.
You go to grab him at this moment
Is
in
that with
time.
Bless?
Your was that with
Does
bless?
it matter? Does it
Go ahead.
matter?
Roll the bless.
Yeah, hey!
Because that's a
16.
16.
Oh, I
And
didn't have the numbers.
that
up. I was just looking at the dice.
is enough. Just barely. You wrangle him from behind and you grab his mouth, hold it open, and pour it down. Not all of it makes it in, but he's standing there gargling, fucking confused as shit as you pour this potion down his throat. And he struggles against you for a moment, and then you feel his muscles and his body relax underneath you. And then tears start falling down his face. Lysandra, I'm sorry. It wasn't me. He had me. He had
I'm just
me.
gonna rush up to him and hug him now that I can tell he's not fucked with.
Big hug. Theron, I assume you let go of him.
Let go of him
Probably not.
and drop the invisibility. I'm sorry that came to that.
No, thank you. I need to get to my wife. I need to get to my kids.
Erwin, I don't know how long that'll last. I don't know if that'll be permanent. I can make sure it's permanent in the morning, but I don't know if that will break it permanently now, or if he'll have to bite you again. I don't know how those work.
I don't know how it works either. I think you'll just have to take me with you. It's obvious I can't be alone.
We can tie you up. We can stay here.
He can turn
You
into a
can-
bird. We're gonna have to be more clever than that.
I
But I
have-
can do this, and I'm gonna dig in my bag, and I'm gonna give him the sending stone that connects with Danica's.
Mm.
You only have 30 words, but you can talk to her once. Is it once or is it 3 times?
Once a day.
Yeah, I think it was
Once a day. I think we had 3 times on another one, but that was different.
Maybe.
You can talk to her, and she can respond. It's a short message, but you can communicate with her, and I'm gonna hand him the stone for Danica's sending stone.
With a shaking hand, he grabs it and says, "Honey, I'm not sure if you can really hear me, but I'm sorry. He had me. I'm sorry. I'll get to you as soon as I can." And he hands it back to you.
Hold on to it in case you want to talk to her. She can respond.
Oh. What do I do now?
Wait to see if she responds, and then you can talk to her again in the morning. I'll give it to you permanently after we know if the charm effect isn't going to come back.
I have to be honest, I don't feel safe
Well, that was dumb of them.
alone.
I mean, hey, it still tastes good. Oh, sorry, guys. I thought I was muted for that. I'm so sorry.
I was like, what?
That was dumb.
What?
Just call out Lysandra like that. Jesus.
Of course you can stay with us. Absolutely. I'd like to keep an eye on you too, just to make sure that the potion was enough to break it permanently.
As you're saying that, you hear Danica's voice from the sending stone.
I handed
Erwin.
it back to him.
Yeah, you did. You just hear, "Erwin, we're safe. Do whatever you need to do to get to us. Fucking protect yourself, you big idiot. I love you." That's it.
Aw.
I'm gonna take the stone from him as he's probably weeping again and put it in my
Yeah.
bag.
Well, where are we off to from here?
Isn't it late enough we need to sleep or no?
Did we?
It's
wait?
early night. It's early night, but you're not feeling exhausted.
Okay.
Is
Should we wait for a little bit here? to see if the spell wears off, so that we know better.
I wouldn't be against that. Although, we can try to take some precautions while we travel. If it wears off and he changes, unless you, and I'm going to look at Erwin, unless you have some way you know of that would prevent you from being able to shift.
You mean shift into his werewolven form, or shift
Yep.
back? Okay.
To his werewolven.
Only
Because
silver.
if... Like a
silver
wound?
will if silver touches me or any of us or is close enough, it is incredibly weak,
Will
or
burn
it
you?
weakens us. Yes.
Will it- We do have some silver in small forms. You could hold on to one. I don't want to hurt you. I'm just trying to figure out the best way to keep you safe. And if that can stop you from turning until we know for certain if, when the potion wears off, if you'll go back under his influence.
Well, I don't like it, but maybe I can hold it in a bag or something.
I'm going to turn. Can I have one of the arrows? Just the smallest bit of silver we have.
I'll hand her one of the arrows.
I'm going to hand it to him. We're going to need this back so Corvus can shoot it into that son of a bitch, but hopefully this is enough to just keep you weakened for now.
He willingly grabs it and goes, yeah, I think that'll do it, and tucks it into a satchel he has around his waist.
Do I tie him up? Is that
No.
the safest bet so we can get some sleep, or are we taking shifts?
I thought we weren't sleeping. I thought we were continuing on.
Are we continuing? Blackie?
If your plan is, yeah, it's still early enough for you guys to get to the lackey. That's what you'd like to do.
I'm going to turn to Erwin. How is it that you're able to communicate with him, or are you? How did that work while he had you under his influence?
I just hear his voice in my head.
Do you speak back? Are you able to contact him back, or was that never a thing?
I could return messages in my head, but only when he reached out first.
Similar to the sending stone.
Kind of, yeah.
Okay, so in that, after you found us here, you didn't contact him, or there wasn't any communication there to let him know that we're here?
No.
Or what our plans are right now?
Not. He hadn't reached out to me in the short time before you were able to break it.
Okay, that's helpful at least. So what's our plan? Do we want to go back to Vallaki? He might be looking for us there, although he might be looking for us anywhere. He can find us whenever he wants to, so... What do you guys feel the most comfortable with?
Well, I'd like to know that, especially now that he knows a little bit more, I prefer that we know that he's not going to turn back. So,
I agree.
if we
Me
can
as
give
well.
it a little bit of time. I don't know, what was your guys' plan for going to Vallaki just yet? 'Cause I don't
didn't
know
have
why
one.
we would go there first.
I mean, Blackie, her house is right nearby. That was just the direction I was saying.
Okay. Okay.
Is there
It might
somewhere
not
else
be a-
you think we should go?
It might not be a
Well,
bad
I just-
idea to check in with the Fizzle Spark, not Fizzle Sparks, that's literally your guys' names. Petalwick? What was
Fiddlewick?
his owner's name?
Linsky.
Walensky.
Yeah, he's at
My-
the church.
Linsky is at
Um,
the church, or was last time we saw him.
He had a couple things that I don't think we could really afford at the time, but we're
Yeah,
really
I'll
looking
have
for
this in
every
here.
option. if we're looking for every option. He
Yeah.
might be
I like your thinking.
Maybe.
someone to check out before we examine that teleportation circle. We don't want to get sucked somewhere that we can't come back.
Erwin, do you mind plugging your ears for this?
Yeah.
Just in
No
case
problem.
you end up getting charmed after this.
I understand. I'll plug my ears and I'll walk. I'll stay. You can see me, but I'll stand over there.
Thank you.
Your DM's gonna plug her ears for real.
Oh, it's
I'm just kidding.
it's fine.
Go ahead.
No, I was just thinking we need to figure out more about those teleportation circles. I don't know that we'll find it there specifically, or if we can find more information. But that is kind of our end destination. So unless you wanted to go to Vallaki first and then down and then back up, I don't want to waste a whole lot of time.
Worked on that circle alone in that room. I feel like whatever answer we're looking for has to be there.
When the Raven Queen brought up perhaps looking for the chalk that drew it, that really stuck out for me.
Got to be in that
Yes.
room somewhere.
That's
We're
what
gonna
I
be
was thinking.
teleporting out of there. I think we stop at the hut first and then go to Vallaki.
We stop at
feel
the
like-
hut. We dispatch our allies. And
Through the front gates. And then
Through the
we
front
take the
gates,
teleportation.
we take teleportation. Hopefully that distraction takes a couple of the wives away from the guard of Strahd. Maybe we're able to surprise them just a little bit.
Remember, we're going to be
But-
meeting the werewolves by the lake. We didn't send them to her home.
No, they were supposed to call us tonight.
They would reach
And
out
we were
tonight.
going to let them know
Oh.
where to meet us. So,
Well, are we going to wait here for a little bit to see what happens for him?
I think so. And then if they call us between now or a little bit later, we can tell them to meet us at the hut. And we'll make a plan from there.
Okay. If we're going to be waiting here for a while, I was wanting to go take a walk, try to clear my head. And
Yeah.
look at Erwin and just be like, watch him. And then I'm just gonna kind of squeeze Arabelle on the shoulder and then make my way outside.
Okay. Erwin's still standing there, covering his ears.
We just
Did he
leave him
look
there
over?
for the hour.
Yeah, just go stand in the corner.
Put your nose against the wall.
Yeah.
I'd kind of like to snoop around.
Do you want to
Oh, we
snoop
kind of
around?
did that. We ransacked this entire bitch.
Yeah. A few times,
Oh, okay.
I think.
Yeah. Yeah. Remember the locket we stole with his family's picture in it that I'm pretty sure Corvus like traded to somebody and gave away?
Yeah.
Okay, so Lysandra's going for a walk. We'll spend an hour here. Anything else anybody else would like to do? And I'll get to Lysandra in a minute.
And just go over to Erwin and kind of kick up conversation and, you know,
Sure.
help him
Okay.
do chores or whatever while we wait.
Corvus or Vayda?
Wine.
Wine? Okay.
Yeah.
Easy enough to get some wine for sure. Here.
Now that
Plenty
he's
of
ruined
Is it-
his business
barrels.
for the tea without his mug of retention.
But yes, easy enough. There are barrels of wine abound. The good stuff. You definitely find the good stuff.
Not the sticky wine.
Not the sticky.
I
I
like-
still have the sticky wine.
I like the sound of wine. It's been a while since I've had a good wine.
Pour her a glass. I mean, we are basically responsible for the success of this stuff, they should really call it the Fangbangers.
The Fangbanger Smash, number 8.
Fangbangers, it might sell very well.
The banging of the fang.
How could it not with a name like that?
All right, Corvus and Vayda enjoy some wine. Theron kicks up conversation with Erwin, keeping a close eye on him. And Lysandra, you are going for a walk.
I'm gonna go outside and just find a kind of secluded place. Maybe close to Davian's grave. Thinking about the first time we were here and all of us together, and knowing that Gerpa is somewhere trapped. I'm gonna kneel down by Damien, clear my head, and I'm gonna try to scry on Gerpa.
Scry on Gerpa. Awesome, let's do it.
I thought you were gonna dig up the seed.
No! I realized I never updated my character sheet. I'm like, well, I don't have another spell. This one's still here. It's meant to be.
Scry.
Pray to my goddess and the Raven Queen again and ask for them to give me strength to try and peer through the veil and find him.
Wisdom save. Modified by how well you know the target, which is very well. Alright. Gerpa. His character sheet's not in here. Oh, how sad. Yeah. Gerpa. Okay.
And I don't have anything of Gerpa's. We never did that, so that's not a... I didn't realize that also changed your modifier, so that's interesting. Did you just roll a natural 20?
I did.
Well,
But
isn't
he has a
Scry
minus
the-
5, and because he is somebody you know, you succeed
I was
here.
gonna say,
Well, maybe
willing.
I have something in my bag from him that also gives me, like, another -2.
Well, can't you scry, like, just scry on a willing person? Like, he would be probably willing.
Well, he
As
wouldn't know who was
you-
scrying on him, though.
Oh, true.
Sit down and concentrate. Your vision turns to that of just mist, and then you see Gerpa caged like an animal behind silvered bars.
No.
In the originally was said deep under the castle, but he actually is hanging in a cage at the top of the spire, and you see now also the massive beating heart up there, and it is huge. But Gerpa is there. He is in his orc form, but he is weak and he is vulnerable behind these silvered bars of the cage, as he did not end his lycanthrope curse. He did keep his curse, but weakened behind the silver cage. I will have you give me a perception check through scrying as you look a little bit closer at things here. 17. You can't see all of the heart. It is massive, but you see about 3/4 of it, and you see the veins on it, and it is pumping blood probably through it. As you look a little closer, you swear you can see the face of a woman in there. A face you don't know.
But is it be a face that I recognize features from descriptions that have been given to me in the past?
I will allow you to either give me a history check or an insight check.
We're gonna go with an insight because my history is ball. Um, 18, because my insight is not balls. But I rolled a 10. Let's see.
18. As you're looking at this, and you recall as you all were discussing the words in the tome, the mention of glass, and you see for a moment that like one vein or something, it looks like glass for a minute, and you see this woman's face, and you see this woman's face looking up at Grimpa, and you make the assumption that that is his wife.
Right, I'm just going to continue to watch the two of them until the spell fades.
Yeah.
And then after the connection's broken and I'm still out there, Lysandra, she's just gonna kind of like break down. Nobody's out here. She just saw it, and she knew it was gonna be bad, but seeing it was just so much that she was gonna start to like kind of like bury my face in my hands, and just kind of like weep out here next to Damien's grave.
Scrying lasts for 10 minutes, and during those 10 minutes, you would have seen Grimpa try to stand up and get back down. He's not even strong enough to stand, and he tries to reach out one arm towards Lyra in the heart. He knows she's in there. And yeah, you deal with those emotions there. Theron, as you are kicking up conversation here with Erwin, he's telling you about his kids, his wife, and about mid-sentence, he looks up at you, and this is not his voice this time. An hour has passed, and he says, "You're going to regret that," and he's going to grab you by the throat. Let's do strength versus dex. You can roll dex for me. Dex check, just your dex modifier.
Just modifier, not saving.
You can roll saving throw. $21. You needed to beat a 19.
There we go.
And just as his hand, you recognize right away Strahd's back, and that was Strahd talking, and you smack his hand out of the way, and we're gonna end session there.
Oh no.
Mm.
Dun, 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 dun.
We should have tied him up.
Probably.
Well, that's why I was thinking if you weren't going to end, I was like waiting. I'm like, pounce on him or something. Like, pin him to the
Selenia-
ground.
And now we have
Selenia
two
can
drunk
bounce.
players.
Yup.
Yeah, we like stumble.
How
up
many
from our
glasses of wine have Corvus and Vayda
Lysandra
drank in
warned
an
us.
hour?
Over an hour.
Lysandra
Yeah.
warned you. Lysandra also said to tie him up and to make sure he couldn't shift and to weaken him, and then went out to check on Grimpa. Y'all are just dumbasses that are drunk.
Like glasses of wine over the course of an hour would probably be two or
Two or three? Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Two or three.
Yeah, that's definitely all.
Got a good
I would
buzz
drink in
going.
An hour.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So, yeah, I wanted
Plus,
to
it might
get
be the end of the world.
some more information from you guys to help me plan for final session, and I think we have everything. So I think we are there. I think it's safe to say our next session will be the last, but a long one. If you guys are okay with starting at 3 p.m. my time, that's 5 p.m. for you too.
We just got this wine tasted, and now we have to start the wine business,
And then the
Like, it's-
bakery.
and then
Oh,
the
right,
bakery will
okay.
come in because
With
Nick
that
will do the.
said, as the bakery is brought up, go ahead and think about what, assuming you survive, of course.
Say, I feel like
Where you may
Lysandra's
go
not going to
after.
survive this fight. Like, I just have this
Got it.
feeling she's going to do like the self-sacrificing
Well,
play
let's-
and die.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, there's that too.
It's very Lysandra.
You have many allies to aid you. You got at least 2 werewolves that you know of. You have Godfrey. You got
Sputnik.
Sputnik.
Hopefully we can get
Um,
Erwin if we can get this handled.
Yeah. That vampire
Maybe
charm.
I mean we have a little dragon.
It'll be used in the final fight.
Well, yeah. I've held on to mending this whole time, but every
Well,
time I've tried to bring him out, they're always resistant to fire. Like,
how long does he last? 24 hours?
What do you mean last?
Well, like, how long can he be doing shit?
But doing shit. Oh, it's in my spells. That's why I can't find it. What the hell? He's somewhere. Hold on.
Yeah. You said think
talk
of
while I look.
where we want to go after this, or kind of that thing. Is that what you want, or?
The clockwork dragonling can be wound up to animate for 1 minute. During this time, it can fly and breathe a small cone of fire. But I mean, I can just keep winding him up.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a lie. Once per day, the wielder can command it to use this ability. Wait. Yeah.
So, just so the DM gets everything in order here, you guys want to obviously go back to Vallaki and check out the teleportation circle, but you're thinking that that's your way in? Is that right?
I think so.
Yeah.
You wanted to check on Belinsky?
Corvus wants
see
to
if
steal
he-
the rest of the stuff that he didn't give us as a prize.
Oh, he had that box that.
Who knows? Maybe he does have something helpful to give us for the final fight. You never know.
We've only talked to him really once.
The last hurrah. It's like, you know
Um,
what? I never thought we'd have to use this, guys, but now seems
But
to
we
be
need
the time.
we need to coordinate our allies.
Mhm.
We need to go to Vallaki, talk to Blinsky, find the chalk, whatever that is, or figure out the spell that he used. And then
Cat thing was very funny. It was good
Yeah.
comedy.
that was good.
and then signal however we're gonna signal, and then start the siege.
Is that a
But
child?
He has.
That wasn't from my side.
Did
That
you
wasn't
hear
us.
that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yup.
Oh yeah, that was. Yep, that was my kid.
Laughing. It sounded like,
Yeah.
ha ha.
Yeah, she's playing some game in my room. Oh.
But yeah, we got to figure out, try to distract as many of his wives as possible.
Corvus could use his lady's charm.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
I feel like I passed that off perfectly in time so that
You
I
did.
didn't have to keep talking.
You did.
Like,
You did a
okay,
good
like
job.
I started the ball now. Like, oh yeah, like Theron, I'm sure can talk about that, but yeah, let's keep everything on the hush hush.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, the only thing I guess I'm concerned about is if we try and set everyone up to rush in and then we go to Vallaki and can't find the way to activate the teleportation, then
Well-
we're like severely behind.
That's the signal. We need to come up with a, so we don't use the sending stones until we're ready for the signal. So it's like we set them up. Let's set up in the woods outside of this,
Yeah.
outside of Castle Ravenloft or along the cliffside. If we can get any raven folk or whatever they're called, if we can get any of them to do an aerial assault, that's another thing.
Mhm.
But we figure out the teleportation circle and then radio it over to them that, all right, it's all clear.
Yeah, okay. That's fair. I was gonna say maybe we send one person to try and figure out the teleportation, but
Was there one symbol on the when we investigated?
there was
That-
one that was shaped like a coffin. There was one that was shaped like the tree. There's one that looked like an amber-ish, like a piece of amber.
Amber Temple. Would that be the tree where we entered the portal for Corvus's thing that fought the druids?
I would assume that.
Probably.
Yeah, yeah.
And then there was the coffin. I think there was
Just
one
assume
more.
it's castle. I know I
There's
am trying
one
to
more.
think of it too, and of course I literally didn't write any notes for that one session.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think I wrote anything down either.
Fuck.
Most of my notes have been like the resistances of bosses.
Yeah, because I guess we'd have no way, like, I mean, right now it kind of sucks. We're in the middle of shit with Irwin. But,
I
like,
do
if we
have
ended
his resistances. Strahd's.
up, that's
'Cause
handy.
I did use that on Strahd.
Yeah, way back when.
Perfect. Then that's good that you'll at least have memory and everyone else can know. Oh, right, sorry. I guess because we were planning on, like, let's say this charm had broken on Irwin, then we were gonna end up going back and, like, meeting up with everyone, probably long resting, or heading to Vallaki and then long resting.
I was gonna say,
And I-
cough. If there's any way we can get 2 long rests in this, it's gonna be great. If we can't, then oh well. But if we can,
Yeah, that'd be sick.
I'd really like to get my 5th level spell back, but I don't know, because the only way I can fix him, but I have to do Greater Restoration, and that's a 5th level spell. I have 1 5th level spell slot.
So
Yeah.
you're saying we need to try to set up a bakery.
Yeah.
Fail.
We need to like get all like super set to where we take 2 long rests before we get in on all the shit.
Okay, so we gotta try and grow
Right.
some.
We have to get through the night without Irwin dying or going somewhere. Although we could knock him out. I also have spare the dying, so we could like full ass knock him out, and then I could stabilize him. But I have to stabilize him once an hour because I don't have gentle repose on, which would have him stabilized for 10 days. And then, well, no, that'd be needing revivify. So we don't want that. I just have to keep sparing the dying. If we can keep him knocked out, then as soon as,
That's just knocking him out.
The next
It's
day.
not killing him.
well, it depends on if we fight him and we don't actually knock him out. We drop him to 0 hit points.
Yeah, you just do
Because-
non-lethal.
Right, but I don't think Corvus can do non-lethal attacks with his bow. I will need that clarification from Alyssa, because yes, we haven't had to make this phrase in a long time, but D&D is not BG3. But if I have non-lethal attacks on in BG3 and I have my fighter bop him with my sword and that gets him to 0 hit points, he's knocked out. If I
Question
have
though.
somebody shoot him with a bow and I have non-lethal toggled on, it still fucking kills him. I
Yeah,
don't
you're
know.
right. I just went through that shit on the Minsk fight recently. You're so
Yeah.
right.
And Corvus
Do
is
you
our
know
huge
CPR?
damage dealer.
Do you know CPR?
Huh?
We could drown him.
Wait, could we just kill him and then revivify him?
We could.
No,
We
Do
could
you want to
water
waste that
drown
one
him.
revivify? We have 1 diamond. Do we want to waste that?
We could drown him though, where he would like get to the verge of being drowned. But when he comes to, he is going to be so drunk that he can't really do much, because we try and drown him in the wine that we created.
He's not consuming
I was
the
just
wine
gonna
in
say
a
we
way
could
that
drown
he's
him
going to
in the
get
wine.
drunk. It would go in his lungs and kill him. He would not be intoxicated. Fail.
It'd be worth trying. It's a you can certainly try. Let the dice decide.
No, it's not. That is not let the dice decide. That's like saying, can this killer whale run on a
This is
racetrack?
hilarious.
Let the dice decide. The dice can roll in that 20. It's not going to decide yes,
It could definitely wiggle on a racetrack.
Zero
but it
It's
would
a
be able to
movement.
run
100%.
because it doesn't
That's
have legs.
crazy.
That's adding
wild.
No,
an extra
no,
word to
no.
things. It can move on a racetrack.
I didn't say
If
move.
we
I
were
said
gonna
run
try
a
and
race
knock
on
him
a
out-
racetrack.
Does that mean we'd
Run.
have to go into initiation, fight him, get him down, knock him out,
Yep.
kind of thing?
Oh
Mhm.
Poor
I mean, I
Irwin.
assume
Like, hey,
But he
sorry we
doesn't
beat
wanna-
the shit out of you there, buddy, but
Dude, see how
That's
he
all
was
we can do.
bawling when we broke it in the first place?
Well, he should now be inconsolable. He should be completely broken down, just because that's what it reads. It says, however, after the potion wears off, they experience deep sorrow and melancholy for a short period. So he should be currently just terribly
He
sad
should
about his
be
situation.
Weak.
he's blind
weak.
because he can't see us through his tears.
He's also weak because he has that arrow on him, but he could pull that out and throw it away.
Arrow on him.
The
Yeah,
silver
'cause we
arrow
gave
to
him the
keep
Oh,
him from
arrow to
That's
tipping.
true,
hold.
yeah. That's true, yeah.
But he could easily take off his bag or take it out of his bag. You might just have to shoot him with a silver arrow so that it's embedded into him.
You also don't know how much
What do you mean?
health he has.
Also true.
You could
Just
literally
wasn't
kill him in
expecting
one
that.
shot.
I mean, we
Especially
just,
being
we gotta
silvered.
Be able to do that. It's true. But that's what I'm saying. I could gentle repose him, and that spares the dying. That's a death saving throw. Like, you don't have to make death saving throws, but you only just don't have to make them for an hour, and then I'd have to reapply it.
It's fine, I'll just knock him out.
I hope so. I would love for that. And then tie him up. Although I did say a couple times tie him up before I went outside.
You guys are
I
crazy.
requested I
You said
have
watch
100
him.
feet of rope.
What do you mean we're crazy?
He
we're
probably
being-
even would have agreed when we got the
Listen,
potion.
we
in
could
him.
would
drown
have.
him. The fuck?
because we could drown him because it would make him drunk.
Well, it would incapacitate
And
him,
die.
If I
and then when he comes
drowned,
to,
I
he would be
very
drunk.
hydrated. No, he wouldn't.
Mhm.
He's not swallowing it. He's breathing it in. Not the same. It's
Sort
not
of, sort of,
going through the
somehow.
body and being broken down in the liver to get you drunk. Not the same.
I mean, you can still get, you can do a butt chug.
I hate him.
Hey, he's yours.
I know. You are Corvus right now. You're not Ricky. Stop it.
Tie
I'm
him
just
down.
saying.
Tie him up and what? Shove a wine bottle up his ass?
Oh
Yep.
my god.
Upside down. Hang him upside down.
Let's go out with a bang, guys.
That should take 12 hours maybe, like a good 12
Butt chug,
hours.
butt
That
chug,
way
butt chug.
we can long rest and then long
We
rest again
literally
before.
You guys will figure it out. You got a week-ish to think about it. So,
Only 6 days.
Mm-hmm.
6 days. So,
Yep. Nice.
Corvus, not Ricky.
What do you mean?
Oh my god.
You guys don't understand what I listen to all the time.
Hey, you put yourself there.
I know. Drive away.
I drive away.
Oh, I 1000% broke somebody, and it was the funniest thing just listening to him laugh, die laughing basically. Healed over. Yeah.
So, last. All right, so these are the things I need to work out for you all. Sergei's charm, and Theron, I'll get you your level 9 mark ability.
I've got stuff from Ilma.
Yes. She gave you the water stuff, but you did give her something else.
Yeah, I remember there was one, or I don't think it was two. I think it's one thing.
Corvus, you have a vial of bone devil poison.
Vial of bone devil poison.
You took it off those bony boys
Oh, yeah.
that outside Morganthas.
You have that vial of vampire blood from like session 3.
Yeah, it's true.
I don't have them as items, so I forget those.
No, I have them in my notes here. I'm gonna try my best to get everything resolved for you guys.
I was looking through my ambulance that have
Or-
so many like awesome things, and not one of them breaks charm, and I'm like, fuck. But I didn't have it prepared because none of us can be charmed, and I was like, oh, I don't need to
You'll-
worry about this.
Corvus, apparently you also have a chunk of the Amber construct from the Amber
Yep.
Temple.
Yep, he sure does. Okay, Alyssa, you're in here. Now, I
have
need
the head
your
up.
opinion, DM. If someone were to cast Gentle Repose on an snowball, would it
There
stop
was a
it
long
from melting?
argument.
The argument
What?
was shit.
What is this question?
If one were to cast Gentle Repose on a snowball, would it still melt?
I would say yes, because Gentle Repose is intended for like corpses, and this is water.
Yep.
But it could be
No.
again, like I said, like part of the
I
body
missed
of
this
a
conversation.
elemental. It could have been part of an elemental, or it could have been an abominable snowman, or something like a snowman itself. Like,
And it could be what Theron pissed out after he drank all the wine. Doesn't matter. You can't stop
Said
it.
water.
it was just a hypothetical within the trying to keep the snowball from melting.
Oh,
But I did
God.
find a way to keep the snowball from melting. Also, we didn't circle back to him having a dripping bag because his snowball absolutely melted. But the amber vault, the Widow Gas amber vault, would keep it from melting because that keeps in a stasis.
Mhm.
But that's all I got.
Any other items missing?
I have about 6
You
greater
picked
restoration
some
trolls that aren't in my
flowers from
pocket.
around Vayda's home. I wrote
Mushrooms and flowers.
Corvus gets some flowers from Vayda's home. Also pick some safe flowers. I don't know why I wrote that, but
Because he
I'll
found
have to-
poison.
Why did I write that?
He
Right,
found
he
flowers
found
that he knew were
poison ones.
poisonous,
That's
and then
right,
ones that he knew were safe, and he picked
It
them
was
both.
poison ones.
And then I picked the mushrooms that were technically Spore Lord, but
Yes.
not Spore Lord.
Yes.
His cousin.
His cousin, yeah.
I picked some flowers in the field, and I put some in my hair. Well, in Arabelle's hair, and she put some in mine. But I think those were just random.
Lysandra,
Flowers
you
in
have
the
the
field.
journal that you picked up from the underwater
I
shipwreck.
did forget about that.
Somebody grabbed the horse down there. Who did that? Was that Corvus? Or
Probably.
there's a
I
little
don't know.
toy horse.
It
Because that
sounds like
made
a
us look for
Corvus
the
thing.
kid.
Does sound like a Corvus thing.
It does.
I did. What did I do in the last glance back? Because I could hold my breath longer. I did a final glance back and I checked. Oh, I
you
saw the
did-
kid waving.
You saw
I saw the
kid
kid, yeah.
waving.
I saw the kid waving. That's what it was. Her little gem that she got. A book with all the secrets of Castle Ravenloft. I'm pretty sure we found that, right? That was.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
I
it was
just- I
where like
destroyed
my.
it.
That was my. It also was next to my 4 scrolls of greater restoration.
It was actually the Book of Cats, but it had a fake cover on it. That's what it was.
Like flump mating rituals?
I have some of my notes are all over the place. Like sometime in March, I finally decided to put dates on my notes. Otherwise, I was just putting session 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever. This one says session 13, and it says, "Fucking make Corvus crawl."
And it never happened. That's on par with I was getting a text from one of our friends in RP that's a cop, and he goes, "Take a look at this," and it's like from a week or 2 ago, and the police report is apparently Ricky is a fucking dick, and that's just what we say. We have no context. We have no idea what it is that he did that time, but he was being a menace.
I think is what it is.
No, it's Rick apparently is a fuckstick, is my police report.
That's right. That's the whole police report.
Yep, from Jake.
Oh, that was Jake.
Yep.
Old notes here from when Corvus tripped balls with the hermit.
I added
Yep.
the 2 carnival items to my.
Did we-
D&D
am I-
Beyond.
Oh, the carnival items. That's right.
Am
Yeah, I
I
have my
missing
kitty cat.
something?
Something.
Did we touch base on the bear? Don't.
She said he was a high hermit.
Yeah, you don't. The bear prophecy thing You have
Could have
no
been, yeah.
frame of reference as to what that could mean.
Yeah. There's gonna be
Will
so
we
much
have
that
an
we missed.
opposite? Will we have an opposite of a session 0 where you would tell us what we missed?
Yeah,
Or
I'll
we
tell you
fucked
one right now because I was looking at it earlier today. The tunnel underneath the bone grinder that you guys took to find
Yeah.
her. I specifically wrote 5 different encounters for above ground, assuming Corvus wasn't going to go underground. I spent the
Yeah.
time to come up with above ground encounters specifically for Corvus there.
No, I got
Wow.
really high instead.
That's funny.
I don't know what else.
Sorry. Like solo encounters for me or like the party?
I wrote if you were going alone. I wrote if you were taking one person with you. I wrote if it was all of you. I was very well prepared for any fuck shit Corvus was going to do to me.
And
That's-
you weren't prepared
the
enough
one time you
because
Well, she limited what fuck shit you could do because if she was prepared for it, then you automatically won't do it, and so she was able to taper it down.
I am
Oh.
sad. I'm grieving that I lost my mug.
It's a magical item. Would a
mean,
magical
obviously-
item?
He might poop it out.
I was gonna say, would
I
a
mean, he
magical
chomped
item?
on it.
Would a magical
yeah,
item be
fair.
destroyed through the digestive tract, or would it be
Like he
pooped out or
chomped
be
and broke
dead?
it, didn't he?
We didn't.
Oh.
It may
Oh, here.
poop out in pieces if Corvus. There you
Here
go.
we go.
There's your mending, Lysandra.
Here you go.
Put back together a poop mug.
Well, I mean, I can put the mug
We
back
do-
together.
we
but it
do
wouldn't-
the-
if it broke
we do the
magic, then it
FCG.
won't work.
We do the FCG treatment. When he no spoilers, never mind.
It's okay.
Campaign
Um,
3. Alyssa's probably never gonna watch that, but
That's true. I'm probably never gonna watch Campaign 3.
But something
Right.
happened. Something happened. Something went boom. And they had to roll for if the magical items actually got destroyed. I think it was a very low number to actually.
I don't
Fail.
even remember what this was.
You don't actually remember the scene?
I watched Critical Role Campaign 3, the beginning of it, a very long time ago. And there's a lot of hours in that, so no. I don't remember what we're referring to.
Everybody's bawling.
I know what you're talking about.
You guys already know this by now, but Nymira's husband was at the old bone grinder the first time you guys were there, up there.
Just left
I
it.
was
Yeah.
wondering if you guys were going to take that, go up there, and that whole arc would have been done way differently,
Way earlier
ages ago, much different.
Vayda wasn't around then, so we could
I was
have.
No.
gonna say,
It
Vayda
would've
probably
completely
wouldn't have
changed Vayda's storyline.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
the
It would have
backstory
been
that she
done
did. Yeah.
some other way.
Maybe she would just have a vendetta against us, like she's infiltrating our group because we killed her mother.
Have you met this woman here? She cries at the scenes that are happy. She would not be able to do the long con kill us. It wouldn't work. In the nicest, best way possible. You know what fuckers could do that? Those two boys.
True.
They could both side with Strahd in this fight and kill the rest of us. And
I mean, for all we know, that's Theron's
No.
plan since the beginning. He's gonna
Honestly,
turn
I
on
feel
us
like
when
it's
we
more Corvus.
need him most.
No.
Oh, the
You're
power has to
fine.
go.
He has
It's
sworn
okay.
an oath to the Raven Queen as well.
yeah,
The power-
so he can't. So before this, though, like I'm not saying I think either of them would have, but if anybody was gonna do like the long con switch, I could see Coach over there pulling that off, and I
The
could
soul
also
has
see
to go
Exaltimore.
somewhere. The soul has to go somewhere, and it'd be super cool to be a Arakocra and to be a
You wouldn't be a
Arapire.
werewolf. We've gone over this. If you were a dwarf and got bitten by
Arapire.
a werewolf, you wouldn't be a were-dwarf. You'd still be a werewolf.
Unfortunately,
Arya wear
Corvus's Arakocra picture is way too fucking cool not to use.
No kidding.
Yeah,
That would have been awesome. Could you
Hold on.
imagine?
Yeah.
I need to now make an Arapire or a Vamakokra, yeah.
Kind of weird
Vamp-
to imagine that that's
Kokra.
what his like chest could look like under the feathers.
Well, that was the part that I wrote in there was, like through the fire and through everything that I've been through with, Ericat, like he's pushed me to the limit, far beyond what I'm capable of, and like underneath my glamored armor is actually just scars and, basically featherless, so I don't actually take off the armor very much in front of people.
If
Right,
ever.
that's why you always
I don't
talk
think you
about
have
your
ever, have you?
outfits and stuff.
Nope. This
Well,
little 5-foot bird
in
boy
fact,
though doesn't
the
have
one-
those muscles.
The one time that Corvus would have taken the armor off, you specifically kept it on, and that was when you were drenched in blood from the
And I tried
blood
hiding.
treasure, and you tried hiding it so much, you specifically, like, you could have taken it off or tried to wash yourself, but you specifically avoided removing.
I didn't
any
do
of
it
the
in
armor.
front of
That
people,
and the
but I
Strahd
did.
thing.
I didn't do it in
Right.
front of people, but I did describe it.
Yeah. Yeah, described it before.
The Strahd dinner where we
Yeah.
were handed our wear, and
Yeah.
he was like, "Nope, actually, I'm gonna
Nope.
just change it to formal wear."
Yep.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah, we never got to the character development that he showed his scars.
No. Wolfie, he's wearing the. Theron actually had it at the start. What was it called again? It was the.
Me is glamored
studded leather.
Yeah, that was your
That's-
bard wear to change as needed.
Glamored studded leather. Yep. It gives you a +1 to armor class. You can also take the bonus action to cause the armor to assume the appearance of a normal set of clothes or some kind of armor. You decide what it
Let's
looks like,
go, Wolfie.
including color, style, and accessories, but the armor retains its normal bulk and weight.
Thanks for the
So yeah,
5
you can don
dude.
that to whatever you want it to look
Appreciate
like, until you use the property again, which I accidentally did. Like I was still using the formal wear for the longest time. Then I ended up changing to a clown.
Yeah.
And
You
murdering
forgot that you were
somebody.
wearing the formal wear.
Yep, changed into a clown costume, murdered somebody, and then quickly changed out of it.
Yo mama's favorite son got a sub.
Thy Knight, Kevin Gore, your mama's
Modern
favorite son. Yeah. And
Oh,
King
hello.
Britain. Let's go.
Yo
Look at that. It
mama's
jumped all the way to
favorite
hype
son.
train level 2 instantly. Just off of that. That's funny. Yeah, Yo Mama's favorite son dropped dead randomly. I think it was on a boys' night. And I mentioned his name and everyone laughed. Actually talked, it was funny. How close were you to the werewolf? It was 1 day. Did we have 1 day left?
Yeah, you're very close. I
we didn't even
thought
have one day. It was that evening.
Yeah, we were. Yeah, it was that night.
It was like the
full-
Yeah, it was
afternoon,
that
and if we
night.
didn't get it,
I thought that you guys were going to use Saint Aurelia's tear to save Davian. I did not expect Corvus to use it. I mean, it was given to you and told it could do that and it could do other things, but
I honestly completely missed that it could save Davy, and I'm gonna be completely honest. I was so focused on
Yeah.
not dealing with the werewolf Arakocra.
The amount of talks that I got about the implications and all the stuff with me being
Well,
But
and
the-
I also had cure wounds. So what I was gonna do also, and I pivoted, because in the last talk it was like kind of put out that maybe it wouldn't work. Was that I was gonna do the commune? No, I think I did the commune, but I was gonna use cure wounds, or not cure wounds. Remove.
Oh,
curse.
is that?
Because I
You
had
give
remove curse the whole
bit?
time,
What?
but I hadn't used it before, so it didn't make sense. So I was trying to open up like the storyline of it making sense for
That's
me to
gonna
use it, and then it was like, no, it can. That could do it. And then I'm like, oh, I'm gonna try this, and Alyssa's not gonna let it work. So I guess I just need to do this one.
What do you mean, Wolfie?
What would have happened if we had saved Davian?
Don't know.
Will we find that out in session
you
anti-zero?
Oh yeah.
Anti-zero. I mean, the way I write is really based on what you guys do in any given session and where
As
you go.
written, or was that an as written thing that
That
was
was-
even possible?
Davian's whole the Keepers of the Feather stuff. There's some other add-ons that some
so
really great DMs have written for Curse of Strahd,
the
and
way
they
it
included the
worked
Keepers of the
was-
Feather.
just
The
one
Keepers
sec,
of the
I'm gonna
Feather are rules as written, but
So-
they expanded them
What's
so
that
that the Were Ravens are aware of something called the Fanes in this other story, and you find the three Fanes, and they are what
If you're bitten by a
destroy
werewolf,
the dark powers in that other DM's module
you
that a
have
lot of people
until
use. But Davian's
the next
whole
full moon.
illness and the gem inside of him was I made that up.
if you make it to the full moon, then
Because
you
in
become
rules
an
as
actual
written,
werewolf.
the third gem specifically the book doesn't tell you where it is.
So
At
it leaves
all.
it up to you to put it
So-
where it is.
Yeah, so I put it inside of him.
Being a werewolf, no.
Yeah.
No, being a werewolf isn't bad. Other than you kind of lose yourself to the full moon, I guess.
And he would
Yeah.
have been a lot weaker
So-
as a werewolf than he is. And we'd already lost our.
In some ways, I mean, he has immunity to a lot of other things as well. So
Well, yeah, he has immunity to them. but
weaker
was it-
stronger
is it-
in strength, lost some things elsewhere, but still pretty.
Well, he would have
Gurmpa,
lost.
Gurmpa as a werewolf would have been fucking insane.
Gurmpa
That
is a
would've been-
werewolf.
Like,
It's
yeah,
just-
well,
but I mean,
right.
like him actually
Like,
playing
know.
the character
Yeah.
as that would have been absolutely fucking insane.
But in our
I was
attack,
hoping he'd be like, I'll be back for the finale, guys.
Don't worry, I tried.
Yeah.
that's all one can do.
Because I can't voice Gurmpa. What the? I don't even. I don't remember what Gurmpa sounds
I'd
like.
like to see
Yeah,
you
it's kinda
try.
Husky. What you mean, Corvus, bird bones?
I don't know,
Just
that's a pretty good
just
impression right there.
picture what is his name? Red Guardian.
That's who he said he based him off of.
Yep.
Nice. Yeah, I think I actually said that. I was like, you kind of remind me of... Yeah, that's so funny.
Yep.
I would get a bite. Yeah. Werewolves are cool. And John wanted to be a werewolf too. He was like, man, I want to see werewolves and stuff. I was like, all right, I'm going to give it to you. And then he left. So
Yeah.
Old
That
turd.
that fucking session too.
Yeah, literally.
Well, that was the best way to potentially like lure him back for like the final. So if
True.
that wasn't gonna work, nothing was gonna work.
Wouldn't have worked out anyways. He's gone for
Yeah, he's
this
gone
session and next session. So, bump bump.
Sorry, Alyssa, you gotta figure out how to voice him.
Yeah.
It's okay. He's really
You have a
weak.
week
So
to practice.
Alyssa's just gonna be at work going, Oski Troski, Oski Troski,
Oski
Oski Troski.
watch Black Widow. See Thunderbolts.
no werewolf. Eh,
Funny.
it depends. Yeah, I'm sure it's got like you could play one. It's just when it goes full moon, like everyone else has to be on alert and.
Well,
You're
they were
pretty
able
well
to
not on.
they were able to transform and like control a bit, like control what they were doing, but that was also a couple transformations in.
yeah,
Our
like
timeline-
overtime could
Our
get
timeline
too,
isn't
yeah.
that long.
control. Yeah.
And so we wouldn't have had the timeline for him to really get that controlled, and the amount of damage he can do as his ranger form versus him being, it would have been completely diminished. Gurmpa,
Yeah.
his attacks and his crazy, like that would have been insane, but it would have crippled Corvus.
Yeah.
Somebody had
As-
to take up them big damage numbers.
Yep.
Hold on.
What up, Scooby?
I got some good shit for
As-
this final fight though,
As an actual
that I've been
werewolf,
holding on for like 6 months, and I haven't even told anybody what it is.
as an actual werewolf player, are you able to like? Do you get the transform skill?
Yeah.
So
You
you
get the
can actually
shape
do it
changer
whenever.
feat. Yeah.
Okay.
You get the shape changer feat, allows you to change forms whenever. Role playing wise, it makes sense to me that it would take some time to control something like that, which is what I had talked to Coach about, and then he
Yeah.
ultimately did pick up a werewolf. So,
Right. Okay.
holy shit, that looks cool.
What?
killed Davian and used the tear on yourself. I don't know what to tell you.
That's Arapir or whatever.
Jesus.
It is not. He would just be a vampire Arakocra. And
Nope.
die on this hill. Yep.
Oh. There we
Yeah.
go.
Yeah.
There we go.
I mean, hey, would you like have a beak and fangs?
Fanged beast.
That's what he's got in the picture there.
And
Yeah, well, that's what I was thinking. I was like looking at that picture. I was like,
That's
I don't know. All of a sudden, I'm
terrifying.
picturing like, wait,
That's
is
fucking
terrifying.
terrifying.
yeah. It is.
The big bad of the actual campaign.
Also, your eye is suddenly more terrifying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's crazy.
Also, is that blood all over your hands, or are those scars and markings?
Oh, that's probably blood, because
Probably
as a
blood.
vampire, he wouldn't give two shits about that cursed
True.
gold.
Yeah, just
He'd
rip-
take it back up.
Rip somebody's
You
heart
go dig
out.
it back up. Yeah.
No, you would just go get that cursed gold and then constantly be covered in blood, so you could just lick your fingers, you'd be good to go.
I
We
actually feel
do
bad
need
because
to actually go get that.
Was that
we
because
do
that's
not.
at
blood?
the inn. Yeah.
was that,
like,
was
while
that
now we're
actual
moving-
blood, or was it
the
just like
were-ravens.
an illusion of blood?
We all saw it.
Actual blood.
Yeah,
It's
but
all
was it
fake.
just like an illusion that's like constant?
So we do
Or was
need
it
to pay
actual blood?
Blinsky. We need to pay Blinsky, and he has a very expensive thing. We don't have the money for it.
Assuming his
Tell
shop
him where
didn't
the
burn,
gold is buried.
he
The
probably
gold's
just-
1,000. We have 1,000 gold buried.
Yeah.
But
Dig up
The whole
Dorian's grave
fucking-
on the last session.
yeah. Hey, we need those beads, and we need that staff.
Got the beads. He has a lantern. He has that permanent intelligence staff with a stat
Oh my
boost.
gosh.
He has
was-
like
what was the
1,000
lantern?
gold. It was the lantern of revealing, I think it was, which reveals invisible in a certain radius. If I recall.
Oh, I see.
It's some good fucking stuff.
Did he ever use
just
that
picked-
one?
Nope.
Just got
Tucked it
and-
away. Kept it.
Yeah, he
burns
took
for
like
6 hours. Let's see.
3 or 4 of my things that I had him identify.
Burns for 6 hours on 1 pint of oil, shedding bright light in a 30-foot radius. Invisible creatures and objects are visible as long as they are in the lantern's bright light. Yeah. Yes, that.
Yep, I remember that.
Beads and
He ended up getting a whole bunch of stuff because he had the ritual.
yeah.
Well, yeah, he had identify. So
Identify.
he would identify stuff.
He just
Yeah.
ended up keeping a lot. His
Oh, yeah,
character
this
sheet's
is-
in
this
my
is-
other boundary. I can look at
This
it.
is nothing, and then he just tucks it away.
That or it
Sure
was
did.
just like
He
something that was like.
absolutely did that with the lantern. I remember him saying.
No, but imagine digging up his grave to get the stuff out of there, but then also if someone had create undead.
Ooh,
Oh.
Can't Lysandra raise the dead now?
yes,
We
we
did-
did. Theron.
I can actually.
That's what I'm
We-
thinking.
We did have he did have a spell on him.
He did. He
This-
had a spell scroll of Hero's Feast, which
well,
is
no,
a
he
good one.
Yeah.
he had that, but he also had the spell to make a golem.
Yes, but
Um,
that takes a very long time. That's a long.
Yeah, he would have had to do that like over multiple rests.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
But
I
for
could've-
Raise the Dead, you return a dead creature you touch to life, provided that it has been dead. Oh, no, wouldn't work. Provided it has been dead no longer than 10 days. If the creature's soul is both
Oh.
willing and at liberty to rejoin the body, the creature returns to life with 1 hit point. So, but that's a 5th level necromancy. So I could still technically use that if we had to kill Erwin and then bring him back.
Jesus Christ.
But
The
again,
things
that
you guys are
uses-
thinking of doing to
Is
this
that-
man is
True,
insane.
I don't want to kill him. I
Drown
want to
him,
keep-
let's kill
Wait,
him.
so is that
I
an
need to keep
undead
him
thing or is that a
contained.
reviving thing?
It's a necromancy spell, but it's on par. I think it's on par with Revivify, but it does have some other stuff that makes it not as good. But then you don't need the diamond. The spell also neutralizes any poison and cures non-magical diseases that affected the creature at the time it died. The spell does not, however, remove magical diseases, curses, or similar effects. if these aren't first removed prior to casting the spell. They take effect when the creature returns to life. The spell can't return an undead creature to life. It closes all mortal wounds but doesn't restore missing body parts. If the creature is lacking body parts or organs internal for survival, its head, for instance, the spell automatically fails. Coming back from the dead is an ordeal. The target takes a -4 penalty to all attack rolls, saving throws, and ability checks. Every time the target finishes a long rest, the penalty is reduced by 1 until it disappears.
Yeah, so it doesn't make them undead. It's rough coming back to life in that kind of fashion.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's
So
crazy.
I do not
it would still be
want-
charmed.
Probably
It,
but I don't know.
yeah, because you'd think that charm would break when they die.
Yes.
One would think.
Stealth
but
and
that's a 5th level spell,
deception
and
are
if
my
he can
two
keep his ass around
big-
and hidden
Big skills.
and fucking quiet, because again, Strahd can
And
be
then
sending me to talk to
persuasion
him
and
at any
sleight of
point.
hand, which
well,
I've
Strahd's
almost
actually talking
never
to him now.
used.
He knows we're here. I need to get greater restoration.
Mm-hmm.
And once I get greater restoration in the morning, because I'm gonna change my spells for the morning, I will be able to fix it. But then I'm also down my 5th level spell, which is dangerous. So we also need to make sure we kill enough time in game that we take another long rest before we start fighting this shit. Otherwise, I'm down my baddest spell.
Trying to get 2 long rests in your last session. Y'all
Mhm.
Yeah,
crazy.
you said it's a long session, so yeah,
I
I went
did.
to a long
I
rest.
did say that. I just want to make sure we get through everything everybody wants to get through, and then, it's going to take. a
I
bit.
haven't been fishing yet either. Can we fish?
You want to go fishing? Are you gonna fish
We're
like a
like,
bird?
guys, this might be our last day alive. Let's just have a day to relax. And we just go have fun all day.
Yeah.
fishing
Actually,
like a
we're okay
bird,
living
maybe-
here.
Yeah, let's just make up shop and make like the bakery. Finish the winery because
Fucking bakery.
but-
It's fun.
finish the winery because
Fancy
now
cupcakes.
I'm gonna have to kill this guy Erwin.
No,
What was that?
Hopefully not.
because
did
if that
you say,
happens, I will have
Wolfie?
to cast,
So if
and
you're
I
a
wouldn't even
sneaky
get a long
bitch,
rest, so I wouldn't be able to prepare my other
How
spells,
can I
right?
live a living? Oh, can you steal a
What is
jewel
Wolf
from people?
saying right now?
What?
I see.
I know.
Yeah, can I?
I think, can I make a Jew from people?
I don't think Jews work like that.
Can I sneak a jewel from people?
From people?
Yeah,
Oh,
sneak a jewel.
Sneak a jewel.
Yeah.
Yeah, that.
Can I sneak a Jew from somebody?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, you
I
can
didn't
sneak a
do
jewel
any
from somebody.
stealing, pretty much. My sleight of hand
Pretty much.
got used like once,
Yeah.
I think, in the
I stole the
entire
pistol.
fucking,
Haha.
or
It's
maybe
funny,
twice.
yeah, and then you
One
got your
time I
ass
tried to.
blasted.
Yeah, that was crazy.
We unlocked her final ability.
Yeah, because having a conversation with the people you're supposed to have been bonding with for a fucking year is too hard for Corvus. Let's take everything on my own,
Let's
and I'm
just
just
steal
gonna
it.
steal shit.
Yeah, you can
It was
steal
really
whatever,
easy.
Wolfie.
It was really easy to grab.
It was
Just-
also really easy to blast your ass with a guiding bolt.
Let me.
And if it came down to you or me, Arabelle would protect me and blast your ass too. Bird boy.
Whoa, no, she would not.
Really? Because she just called me her mom. Did she call you dad? Nope.
Rude.
Yeah.
Fired.
Beef. Stealing shit from your party member in your second to last session is fucking wild. Instead of having
Yes,
a
you could definitely
conversation.
pickpocket and
It's
just
the
sell
time to
Hey.
do
Yep.
it.
I think we
If-
should give Arabelle the
If
gun,
the person
and then I would
had
have given her
jewels
the gun.
or
But no,
anything valuable,
it was
100%.
let's steal it.
I did bring it up and then didn't
Yeah,
like the
as in
sound of...
stealing it.
No, I brought it up. And then it was shot down, so I'm like, okay, I'm gonna take it instead.
It was shot down when
Corvus
we were
is-
all in mourning, and it was
Morals
first
are
given to me.
so botchy.
Yeah.
Corvus,
Let's
Corvus's
tattoo
morals
the kid.
suck.
Let's give him
No,
give her
No,
a
your morals
gun.
suck.
I brought up
They're awful.
the gun tonight. And then it was just like no. And then I was like, okay,
It
I'm
was
just
laughed at, and then you immediately jumped out. I'm gonna steal it. You didn't actually in session try to have a conversation. Quit
What?
trying to cover your shit. You wanted to
Doing
be
it worse.
morally fucked up and steal from me. Own it. Don't try to hide behind it.
Womp womp.
Goodness gracious.
I'm reading Wolfie's messages.
A diamond tip blade. I do not have a diamond tip blade,
Pickpocket it.
but I have a guardian of faith that would blast his ass.
Yeah. So, got a lot. DM has a lot of work to do this week. You guys don't, but I do.
10-hour
Yeah.
session, right?
Probably not 10
Actually
hours.
gonna start
but
we're gonna start at 10
probably
a.m., not 3,
No.
right? We're gonna
Oh
just
god.
10 a.m. is that's
Take a
8
lunch break.
a.m.
Crazy.
for us.
No, I was saying your 10 a.m., not mine. It would have been noon for me.
We could, I don't know, 2 or 3 to.
I'm gonna pull a Vayda and cry. This has been
I
a
guess
freaking
that's
year.
only an extra additional hour. Let's say 2 p.m. our time here. Was that gonna work for you guys?
2 p.m. is
I
only
think
an
that's what
extra.
I think that's what you
hour?
said originally. Let's start
said
early.
three.
She said 3, I think.
Oh,
Was
Said
the
3,
original.
but I'm realizing that's only an extra hour and a half technically, but we could go later. And it is a Saturday, so we'll do next session.
I'm gonna have
June-
all
gotta
of the
think-
tissues, and I'll cry with you, Vayda, because I'm absolutely.
Everybody should
But I won't be
100%
alone.
prepare a death. Okay,
Yes.
what's actually going to happen if you're going to die? Because it's very.
Very
I've
possible.
had a
Certain that-
plan. I've had a plan for what will happen if I die for about 4 months now. So
Oh yeah, when I was getting triple teamed in Argenbostel,
and
it literally was
It
triple
was
teamed.
triple teamed, yep.
Lysandra saved your ass, and you still steal from her. She's the only reason you're alive.
They
Next
might die,
session-
Wolfie. I don't know.
Next session is potentially the final session. So
No, I don't think it's potentially. I think it is.
Probably is. I
probably
don't see
is.
much going unless for some reason the final fight
been a
really
bakery?
takes a long time. Maybe, but
You would stop
Well-
us in the middle of the final fight when it was the final fight because it had taken too long.
I've stopped
that
you in
would
the
be
middle of
so
fights before.
I know, but that's not the final fight.
I
And
know.
those were planned stops.
We'll just play it by ear. If it's taking too long, or taking a long time and we're exhausted, I don't want to push anybody beyond their limits, DM included.
That's true. Okay, if that were to happen, can we have a tentative Sunday finishing off session? Because if I have to wait a week, I will piss myself.
For half a fight.
Probably.
That'd be funny.
I think we will end next Saturday, but we can always play it by ear.
It's also sad. We never gave Theron all the chances to murder us. I think we have
Oh,
4
don't
more months
worry.
in this.
Don't worry.
No, don't worry, he
Yeah.
says.
I'll
I
have
was
lots
going
of
back-
chances next session.
Don't even. I was going through my notes earlier from all of the old sessions, and there's it's I don't trust Theron. I trust Theron even less. I kind of trust him a little more. He saved my life. Nope, just kidding. I don't trust him anymore.
That's funny. Yep.
Psych.
The whiplash.
Psych.
Yeah, for real.
Just kidding.
I'm like, wait, he saved my life. He's not so bad. And then I think it was in the same session something happened, and I was like, never mind. He
Was
might
that-
still be bad.
That was very close to the one that he tried to steal my memories for more power.
Mhm.
Yep.
Yeah.
Literally,
Very
the
close.
first time I even met you, we're in this fight, and then we go to the inn, and then I right away, me and Corvus caught you lying about the ring, and I was like,
Oh yeah.
okay,
This is
okay,
really-
That
this
was like
guy.
a nat
Really
one.
sketchy, yeah.
I forgot
It is
about
bad.
that ring.
Yeah, what does that ring even do again?
There was
It-
also a ring
Then?
that I stole.
Does
that-
nothing.
Not stole.
Does nothing.
Have you
It's a
learned
silver ring.
That makes some interesting things
Yeah,
From-
it
for
certainly,
DM to think about. Here. I
certainly
forgot about
does.
that one.
Oh no!
Certainly
Why did I
does.
bring it up?
No, it's a good thing you brought it up.
Oh,
So that I am not completely caught off guard in the event.
No, it's
You
probably
lies.
bad then. We want you caught off guard, don't we?
Sometimes, yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
All
can't
the
expect-
time, really.
Can't expect anything that we're gonna do.
Sputnik the Great.
That is honestly
love
the
that.
best. I feel like Spudnik's gonna get the killing.
I
blow,
literally
and it's gonna
was
be
like
amazing.
doing session prep this morning, and I was like, I guess I'll make a monster potato because I had a feeling.
Well, I was just gonna go and like dig him up and be like,
Wolfie,
"How's
I-
it going?" And
I
he was, like, still
am
just gonna be like,
half and half magic
What
and
is
attack.
a DM if not one that gives you the things you
And my
Yeah, when you said,
Stat
"Oh,
for
there's a
magic
big round thing
is
kind of
charisma.
walking through the field,"
so
it's
warlocks
like,
and bards
Oh.
do magic
Okay, yeah.
based on charisma.
monster.
Stats.
My
So
first
that's
thought
why it's
was,
so high.
wait, giant potato? And then I was like, wait, is it the dragon? And then I was like, no, she said round. It's a potato.
"Potato dragon."
Oh my gosh. Nightmare fuel. We fly up to Strahd. Like,
Also,
we have
deception
Ooh.
and
Big
persuasion,
enough that we can
those
ride
are
him.
charisma stats. That's why my
He might-
deception is 13.
Yeah, I mean, he
Big-
not
oh,
all
on
of you,
little
but
eyes.
maybe one or
Could
two
we-
people he could carry on his back.
Could we choke the dragon with the potato?
Shove it down his throat.
Do you think,
The undead
actually,
dragon
yeah,
that doesn't need to breathe.
size-wise,
Imagine the
Right.
French fries.
Imagine the hash browns.
Yeah.
maybe if
Fried
Sputnik dies
potato.
during the
Baked
fight,
potato.
yeah, we should have it that he like fries and turns into like potato food yums.
Yep.
And then that way when
I-
the fight's over, we can all just sit there and like munch some Sputnik.
Giant.
I was
The
going
fact that you
to-
said butter that flies to him, a fucking
The fact he
idiot.
said that too. I was like, okay.
It was funny because you like hesitated for a second, like, what the? How am I gonna? You know what? It's
How do I
butter that
explain
flies.
this? Yeah.
Just-
I was like, stay on topic here. Like,
What are warlock limits?
that was
And that one
Um,
hit really hurt. I'm kind of glad we didn't have to fight him because that was like, it does. I'm like, I'm just gonna take it. I'm like, oop, shitty dex. What am I getting? You're like 20 some damage, and I was like,
Yeah, that's rough.
You're like, guys, I'm hurting a little.
good voice, Spudnik.
Um,
You did great.
There's a couple things with warlocks.
Question with
They have a
my question about my
patron?
bow.
Mhm.
The bow itself just
that
charges
they
the
have
shot
to
with an
follow.
explosive, right? Or
So
is it-
like if they go against the
because
patron
I was thinking
that is
like
giving
maybe I
them
could
powers,
prime a couple of them.
potentially they could
Like
get
I'd
their
have to get
powers
really
ripped away.
close to them, but
It's kinda
like,
like a
stab
paladin.
them with a couple of the primed arrows and they don't explode, and then be able to make big boom.
I mean, so what it is, the bow allows you that bonus action to imbue the arrow with like searing hot energy. It's when
Okay.
you shoot it that, so technically you could prep more than one and not shoot them, but I would say you probably have a limited amount of time for them to still be efficient.
Okay.
You just let him make a bomb.
How much does
We
it
might
add?
need it.
Is it a 3d6? 4d6?
46.
It blows
So-
it, on a hit. It blows up on whatever it impacts, and it blasts in a radius.
So
Yeah, it's
if
like
it was
40,
like,
60 something.
if you tried to prep it,
46, yeah.
then like minus 1d6 every turn after, would that make sense?
Yeah, maybe I would say it would be less effective the longer you wait to actually shoot it.
But yeah, I was thinking like in
So you
that
could try and prep a
conversation with Mr. Potato Head, like because he's so big and so dumb, like would he actually be able to feel me like sticking these potatoes like slowly into his back?
Am I a
Right,
warlock
being big
or
and dumb
just a
doesn't
lucky guy?
stop
What do you mean?
Someone from
I
feeling the pain
am
of
a
arrows
bard
getting
and
stabbed
warlock.
into their
So I started
I
as
mean,
a
we
bard.
would certainly go through a
And
series
then
of checks for that. Now, because he
I
is a potato monstrosity and
met
he
the
has
dark
not
powers.
been boiled down, his potato hide is quite thick.
Yep.
quite hard.
Potato hide.
Oh, it, man.
Yeah, yeah. I'm a
I
bard.
made a
Wild.
potato
Yeah.
and PC. So,
I'm 5
This will be
levels in
your
bard
favorite
and
D&D
4 levels in
monstrosity
warlock.
ever.
Yeah. He's gonna roll so good and do so good in the fight.
But
you're
I'm
gonna be
like a sneaky
I need
bard."
to bring him back.
So I'm not
I
like
need to use him
those
again.
like big
We're gonna
flamboyant,
submit him to
you know,
Wizards of the
What I
Coast
was
and
going
see
to
if
do-
that is the
performing
next
and
monster.
doing all the
you
things.
weren't going to
There's
go,
a-
I was thinking, all right, they're either
a
going to go to the
bard
winery to check out Potato,
called
or they're going to
the
forget about
College
it.
of
And
Shadows.
you know, at some point, the Were Ravens, they're
think
your
the
allies.
College
They
of
would help you.
Shadows,
I was going
and
to
it's
have one
like
of them chuck a potato
basically
at
like
you,
a
and then you would show up as
it's like a
Sputnik in the
rogue.
middle of the fight.
They're basically like a rogue.
That's so funny.
Now we get him
Either
to knock
reveal
down the.
So,
was good.
Were you expecting me to ask him to knock down the wall?
No,
Do you expect
It's a good
Corvus to
plan,
do
though.
anything? Or are you?
I
always
don't
Yeah,
expect anything. At this,
anything
it's been a
that
long
comes out of anything
long
that comes out of
time.
Corvus's mouth is like,
since I have
Yeah.
anticipated things. My prep has the amount of time I spend prepping has dwindled so much because just gotten better over time. So I really don't anticipate a lot of things. I have vague ideas, but no, I was like, all right, I'm gonna make a big potato monster. It might help him in the fight, but he's strong, so it makes sense.
There we go.
Got that
What
big
a
potato
strong guy.
smash, mashed mayhem.
Mashed mayhem. Mashed hash
Wolfie,
brown.
what are you just a finger licker?
yeah, I
What's
don't know.
happening over there?
He was asking if I was a warlock or just a lucky guy, and then I said I was a bard and warlock.
Yeah.
He's like, no way, you're no fucking bard.
He started out the campaign actually saying poems and shit.
Yeah, and I hated every second of it, and I was like, nah,
Yep.
fuck that. Fuck
Fuck
that
that.
character.
Yep. Won't be doing that again.
Yeah. And then Corvus brings it up all the damn time.
I
Can't you
miss those poems. You have.
I
I
really,
gave you my
really
drums
want
that you destroyed.
I
the
did.
next campaign that Coach plays in. I really want him to be a bard so that he has to do like the high charisma stuff.
Oh god.
Let's see, what did I?
If I do,
I have
if I do a
loot,
next
yeah.
campaign and I'm the bard, I am 100% pulling out Ricky. It's gonna be somebody talking like this, and it's gonna be just a little bit different. But he's
That's
gonna be the
like-
Whistler.
A goblin or somebody small from in the 5e world to be.
He's
I
gonna
don't
be the Whistler. He's gonna really be the one with the ladies and really kind of step up and put him up.
Oh
like
my God,
come on
that's-
now.
You should make a bard with like very low charisma with that voice.
Oh,
Like bet.
Yeah. I don't remember the last poem or whatever that I actually read out.
Bro, it's been so long. I have no idea.
Yeah.
I think you did it like maybe upwards of 3 times early on, and then you're like, I'm gonna multi-class into Warlock.
I think
Warlock
that was, well,
the angel fight.
that was like
That was the angel fight.
first or second session, and like I think I had 1 or 2 poems, and then I was like, you know what, fuck I think it was a Valor Bard. I was like, fuck the Valor
Oh yeah,
Bard,
you
I'm gonna
changed
go
it.
to College of Secrets or Shadows or whatever it
That's
is.
right. I do remember you changed it.
And then
And
it
you're
was
like,
all about
"Not
being a
enough."
sneaky boy.
And then you would roll. You had all of this stuff, but you would roll absolute garbage on all of your sneaks.
Fuck yeah. Yeah. That was great. And then everything else, like, I do mediocre in, but things that I had high bonuses to, you'd be like 2s and 3s. It's
In
crazy.
in
In an inn.
In a
Yeah.
inn?
Yeah. In an inn.
In
You
the-
Theron to sing. And then
In an
in an inn. Yeah.
Yeah, Lysandra went back and saw him because they'd been friends for a while. She traveled to watch him perform,
Yeah.
and that's where we got the letter.
he's like typing in
It
a
was the
Scottish
original.
accent.
Looking in.
I haven't heard a snort in so long.
It's been a while.
I used to like that used to be my goal, at least one a night. Actually, it was like 3, but still.
We Scottish now? I don't know. I don't think so. I still need to fuck. Yeah, I don't
All
know.
right.
I don't have a
And,
very good accent that
Exaltimore's
I can
next
keep.
character is a Scottish one.
Fucking look. Absolutely not. You won't catch me speaking in a Scottish accent.
If you could change your fate,
If you could change your fate, would ya?
would ya?
Just go fat bastard.
Oh dear God.
Ooh, I think I got a turtle head poking out.
No, no.
Everyone
No,
likes their
no.
own brand. Oh,
No.
Oh, yes.
Gerard Butler
yes.
now.
I don't think I could do. I don't even know what he sounds like off the top of my head.
That is a character I had forgotten
This is
about.
Sparta. This is Sparta.
This is Sparta. I don't know.
It's more not guttural, but
This is but
a little bit
You
more
gotta watch
airy,
in
deep.
How to Train Your Dragon, then you'll know.
How you? What?
Oh yeah,
Was
he's
he
gonna
in
be in
that?
the live action as well.
Oh, is he?
Mm-hmm.
What
I'm
was
so
he
excited.
in? What was he in
He's
the
a dad.
cartoon? Oh,
He's
Voices.
a dad.
Yeah, he's the
And
voice, and he's playing
the
live
dad
action.
in the live action.
Yep.
He's like the only character that they actually brought back to like just stay who he
Yeah,
was.
it makes no
For
sense
good
that
reason.
it
Hmm.
makes sense that though the main character wasn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Gerard Butler. Scottish. He is Scottish. Yep.
Yep.
He's a Scot.
Nationality is British and Scottish, apparently.
That's kind
I'm
of like
Welsh
me. I'm
and
British
Scottish.
Isles and
Very close, yeah.
Scottish and Norwegian.
just need to get you that accent.
Mm-hmm.
Right. More Norwegian than any of the others.
Mm-hmm.
Got a cousin named Thor.
You do?
Shit.
That's cool.
That's cool. Yeah.
I
That's
have
funny.
a cousin named Sergey.
Do
I have
you?
a cousin named Jacob.
Yeah.
I got
Did
that.
his
But it's
brother
because-
happen to kill him?
No, but he did die a few years ago.
Ooh.
He got bad into some bad stuff and was killed, I think.
into that one. God damn it.
Bum, bum.
I
On that note-
forgot.
And on that note,
I'm sorry. I wasn't expecting that. Yeah.
You're fine.
musical shit? No. Hell no.
I mean, I've been
Theron will
waiting for
never
you to
sing.
start. I've been waiting for you
Me
to start
too.
something because I am actually proficient in my musical instrument,
Theron will
so I
never
can
sing.
support you. I can support you, but I mean,
Aw, maybe when we meet.
I'll-
Oh, never mind. We're gonna fight.
Well, we
someone.
can't charm him into doing it because now none of us can be charmed.
all I have is a Lear or whatever, however you pronounce it,
A liar.
Liar.
a liar.
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 I had super cool magical drums.
Well,
Yeah.
they're gone.
Mystical?
Along with your mug. Sorry.
Yeah.
The drums were nice, but it didn't make sense into the character. The drums gave me a +1 to all my bard spells.
But
Yeah, and you were going
never
Warlock?
used-
What's that?
And you were going Warlock?
No, it just thematically it didn't make sense in the sneaky bard sense. I had to it gave me a +1 to all bard spells, which was great, but it also had a if I play him, then I got bardic inspiration back. But me just whipping out the drums didn't really make sense, so I chose never
Be
to
the
do it.
distraction. Be the clown. Be the distraction. Just like if you fail your stealth, just like just say you're like setting
While
you're setting
failing,
up
yeah.
for a performance.
On the
Fail.
topic of distraction, what is your idea of having the werewolves distract the brides exactly?
I have no fucking idea. He's gonna get the werewolves killed.
Just curious.
Well, it's more of a okay, he's gonna be getting attacked from the front. Okay, they're gonna go and try to save that
Oh,
area.
okay. In
It's
my
more
head,
of a
I thought
diversion.
like
draw them out to the
before
front.
the fight is what I thought. So never mind. You're good.
No, it's more of a frontal assault. Again, if we can talk the ravens into doing an aerial assault, like dropping in, like they're gonna obviously try to stop the gate. If the ravens could come in and hit them on the backside while they're in the front and the gate gets down, they're kind of fucked. So that's gonna pull a lot of forces. I don't know if there's undead in there. I don't know if there's the wives.
This
Whoever's actually
also, I guess, kind of depends on where you guys enter from. No.
I was shaking my head at Wolfie.
Oh, sorry. I guess you'll just have to coordinate with your allies on where you want them
No,
positioned
Coach got
if you
bit.
guys
Or
end
Corvus
up figuring
got
out the
bit.
teleportation circle.
Theron did not.
because
I
we know that the wives are there.
probably would've
We
went
know
with
that he's sent
werewolf. I was
hordes of undead to
very
destroy
contemplating it.
Vallaki and
Yeah, you know, at the very least, his brides. He has his right-hand man, Rahadin.
the only thing that we don't have accounted for is the dragon.
Vampire spawn, and then you're aware of the dragon. So
So it kind of fucks everybody if the dragon shows up.
who
Maybe.
knows?
I do have knowledge of his weaknesses
Mhm.
as well as the dragon still.
Yep.
I don't know if those morphed if he gets stronger.
Vamps, yeah, there's vampires everywhere here, man. It's a
Mhm.
vampire campaign.
Yep. All about the
Taking down
vampires.
the vampire lord of Boom.
Wait.
So honestly, we have not dealt with very many vampires.
That is true.
No. We had a couple spawns at the start, kind of.
Lysandra
the
almost
start.
died. Session like 3, 4.
Yeah, opening up the crates.
Yep.
That was good. That was real good. You were all so green then. Look how you changed.
I would have blown up those crates now, been like, we'll
Like,
find the
fuck
bones.
this.
They won't burn.
But then you wouldn't have gotten the straw in the crates.
I don't want the straw in the crates.
If we could have gotten that straw in the crates and the straw that I already have, imagine what we could be
And we
creating.
have extra useless straw. And that straw in the crates was still there, and Corvus didn't grab it. Whose fault is that?
That's true. I was a different bird.
It was a different bird.
Okay, so we unlocked Echo Shot, right?
You...
Divine shot, I thought.
Wait, no, we
Divine
unlocked
Shot.
Divine Shot, which after using Divine Shot, she can immediately teleport 30 feet to a space she can see.
You
So-
unlocked Divine Shot as it is. The other upgrades down there. Nope. That was the first
What
time anybody
Is my
tried
bloodline?
to get her to use
It's
it.
just I'm
Maybe if she uses it
just a
in battle,
purebred.
those may
We
unlock
We can upgrade
easier.
it. Okay. So ignore everything underneath of the
Yeah.
Divine Shot upgrades.
Yeah,
Purebred
ignore the three down there,
tiefling,
Damn it.
born
but everything
on
else
Earth,
above
like,
that
on the Earth plane.
is what she's got with Divine Shot.
So, was born among humans and all
Plus
that.
6, 2d10 plus 1d6. That's nice.
Becomes available if her continue to encourage combat training.
Yep. I mean, I've done 2 or 3 a little kind of combat training things.
Yeah.
Nice.
Well, on
This is
that note,
Strahd,
guys-
by the way.
Oh yeah,
Wolfie.
that is Strahd. That's a picture of Strahd, one they saw in a vision, learning of
Strahd
his
Ben
weakness.
Zurich.
It's the big bad.
Von
Yes.
Zarevich.
Zarevich, that's what it is.
Yeah.
With his brother in his chest.
His brother's soul in
His 3-fingered brother.
his 3-fingered brother. Listen,
His brother was
only
way hot. His
get it
brother
to
was
do
way
what I
hotter
want.
in the water than he was in that picture. I'm gonna be real straight with you. I was like, oof.
Yeah.
And then I saw him in there. I was
So
like,
funny.
oh.
He looks like one of the Doctor Who's.
Oh, the one that's in the chest?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that image of Sergey compared to
That
the one
is
in
just-
the pool is much different.
Yeah, right?
Stop looking at it.
Oh my god, why'd you do that? Oh no, so bad.
I know he's way hotter in that one. That's what I was saying. God.
That's too funny.
Oh, that is not.
I
good.
didn't even notice that until you said that. That is so funny. And
Terrible.
yeah,
Had a
look at his eyes.
It's almost like he's
Definitely was
doing
way
this,
hotter
but
in the
it's like
water.
this.
Yeah.
That is funny.
Yeah, definitely way hotter in the water. If we're going based off of this
Yes,
picture, Strahd is way
in
hotter.
the water. I know.
It
I
helps
was
him swim
like,
faster.
you sure you picked the right brother, sis? And I saw that one. I'm like, oh yeah, you good.
Yeah.
That one looked kind of like
What's
adult.
so wrong
sweetie.
with Strahd?
A lot better.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I don't think I have that one open anymore. It's him.
I was just saying what we were all thinking.
Also, his fingers all look like thumbs.
They're pretty thick, yeah.
There it is.
There it is.
Yeah.
I actually did have it saved.
What a beauty.
Yeah, that's.
That's
I've
You know who
had
he
that
kinda reminds me
picture
of?
for a long time. I've had that picture for a long time.
What's that guy's
Okay,
name?
hey. Yeah,
He
that,
reminds me.
that
Hugh
right there
Dancy.
is that guy.
Yeah,
He reminds me of
intended
Hugh
to be the
Dancy.
guy in the
It's
chest
the same
there,
one.
but you know, you can only get AI to do so much for you sometimes.
Yeah, that's asking a lot
Yeah.
for what's going on in the other picture.
Yep. All right, I gotta make
Good.
some food. I'm
Yep.
starving.
Okay.
Sounds
Oh,
See you
good.
guys on Saturday.
Bye.
Good
Bye.
night, Loki, and everybody else.
Good night.
Oh, yeah. Session over. So we're doing Saturday is the last one. Next Saturday. New sponsorships. That's cool. That's funny. Let's see. Ba-da-da-da. So the music playing in session is very soothing. Oh man. All right. Let's see. Ooh. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, Wolfie. But I'm heading out. That's it, that's all. So we will be back Saturday for the finale. So you're back? Sweet. Cool. I'm ending stream. But yeah, we'll be back next Saturday for the finale of the campaign. Starting at 2 p.m. I think is when we're gonna start. So it's gonna be a long session. Today's session was about 4 hours. I think just shy of 4 hours. And then we were chatting afterwards, but I am a warlock. I actually am more of a warlock. I play more of a warlock than I play as a bard now these days. But yeah. I don't know. It's been a fun character to play. Only thing is, like, the group really makes me feel bad when I'm trying to steal shit and be all sneaky like. So it's very, I didn't end up doing it a lot of the time because it was like all goody two shoes and stuff. Magic stones? No, I don't have any magic stones. We don't really Lady hasn't forced us to like do any component spell stuff, so we haven't been like huge on having upkeep of, oh, you got to keep all these components in your inventory and all that stuff. So yeah, no low level stones, no stones at all, no magic stones. We just go ahead and cast our spells and that's it. So we don't do a lot of that upkeep management, inventory management stuff, unless it's like super special or whatever, like the silver arrows that Corvus got tonight and all that. So I'm assuming you meant enchanting. I got, I do have rings. I have a ring of poison resist, which I got last session or the session before that. And then I have a ring of something. Mind something. What is it? Ring of Mind Shielding, which protects me from makes me immune to magic that allows other creatures to read your thoughts, determine whether you're lying, know your alignment, or know your creature type. Creatures can telepathically communicate with you only if you allow it. So that's the two things that I got. And then I got a couple other like magical stuff. Custom item armor, which lets me, it's actually pretty sweet. So I can use a reaction to impose a disadvantage on an attack roll. I can reduce a fire damage taken in one turn down to 0. So one attack, I can use it once per long rest, I think it is. And so you can just like negate one big fire attack. And I have if I get reduced down to 0 HP, I instantly regain 1 health. So I pop back up and I blast out 2d6 of fire damage in a 10-foot radius. So that chess piece is actually pretty wild. Yeah, you get 1 self-res for a long rest, which is nice. And I think I've used it before once. Luckily, I haven't had to use it too often, but I got it pretty late in the game, so I haven't had to use it a whole lot. So it's fun when you get to use the things. And then the other big thing that I've been using is I have Aragol's dagger, which is it's an NPC's dagger that I pissed off and we ended up fighting him later on in the campaign, and I looted it off of him, and it's a regular it's a +1 dagger, and then it does 3d6 of necrotic damage, which is crazy. On top of that, so it's pretty wild. How many times can I use the armor, like the self-res armor? I could only use it once per long rest. Each one of those skills I could only use once per long rest. So I can do the disadvantage on attack rolls once, the negating the fire once, and then the self-res once. Then I have to long rest to get it all back up. So, yeah. Aragol's dagger's been really good. But we're getting into a point where I think necrotic damage is going to be basically useless, so I will probably have to switch over to this silver dagger that we just got this session. No stones. Yeah. Anyways. Alright, Wolfie. I'm heading out. Pretty tired. I was working all weekend, so appreciate you stopping by and the big 5 bomb. Sorry. I gotta get ready for bedtime. Super tired. But yeah, man, I appreciate the 5 bomb. It's awesome. Thank you very, very much. GG's. There's no boys' night this week, but I don't know what the other guys are doing. I might end up streaming something this week before D&D at some time. There's been a few people that have been pushing for some scary games, so who knows? But anyways, all right. Anyways, yeah, have a great night. Bye.